Okay, good morning everyone. We would like to welcome all of you to this Mezzanine. Yes, we would like to say welcome to the Fort Worth Customs Organization Regional Training Center Indonesia International Conference, Building a Seamless Future Through Disruptive Technologies in Customs and Multi-Stakeholder Collaboration.
This event will be started very soon, so please be seated.
And once again, we would like to welcoming all of the participants and distinguished delegates or guests that already come with us today. Welcome to Mezzanine. Shortly, we will begin this event, so please be seated. Thank you.
like we think about now. Can we survive? Can we make it now? This would never end. And suddenly it's like we're in an event. Else be a shadow that will follow us round. Feels memories fade when I leave this town. I keep thinking that it's not goodbye. Keep on thinking it's a time to fly. As we go, we remember all the times we were together. And as our lives change from whatever, we will still be friends forever. As we go, we remember all the times we had together. And as our lives change from whatever, we will still be friends
We would like to welcome to the Honorable Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Thomas Djuanda. Thank you for coming. It's a pleasure for us today. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9:12 a.m. in Jakarta. It is the time to start the conference, but before that, let us take a moment to review a few technical details. First, For the participants who join through the Zoom meeting application, to help us recognize you, please rename your ID with your real name. For your information, for the Zoom meeting participants, there is a feature of the closed caption to show the subtitle in English. Second, to reduce noise and prevent any sound problems, please mute your audio, but do not forget to turn on your video. And third, you may want to drop your questions regarding the topic via Zoom chat or the link provided for the Q&A session later.
Last but not least, we would like to remind all participants that you have to fill out both the registration and the evaluation form on the link tree so you can get the e-certificate for today's conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning from Jakarta. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for us to be your host for today's conference. I'm Danar.
And I'm Friska. Welcome to
The Fourth World Customs Organization Regional Training Center Indonesia International Conference, Building a Seamless Future Through Disruptive Technologies in Customs and Multi-Stakeholder Collaboration. Please give a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank God the Almighty that has given us blessings to attend this conference. And I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Thomas Djuanda, Distinguished Chairman of the Financial Education and Training Agency, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Andin Hadianto, Director of the Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center, Bapak Untarto Wibowo, Director of International Affairs, DGCE, Ibu Anita Iskandar, Director of Polytechnic of State Finance, TAN, Ibu Evi Mulyani, Representative from Ministry of Finance, Customs Attaché from US, Belgium, Australia, and Netherlands, speakers from WCO, DGCE, and 10 November Institute of Technology, and speakers from China Customs and Dutch Customs.
Not to mention best regards to hundreds of participants who have joined us today, either the participants who attended this conference at Mezzanine Hall or the participants who attended this conference via Zoom meeting application.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us at today's conference. This is our first day at the fourth WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference.
All right.
Danar,
Yes?
before we begin, allow me to read the main agenda of today's conference.
Okay, please.
We will begin with opening remarks, keynote speech, keynote remarks, and plenary, followed by a sharing session by experts from 2 invited countries. And lastly, paper presentation from the author of selected papers and discussion.
And it's an honor to be given this opportunity and responsibility. Hopefully, RTC Indonesia will contribute more greatly to the international custom community. And on today's special day, we proudly wear one of Indonesia's traditional costumes from Java Island, kebaya and beskap. The kebaya and beskap is believed to have originated in the Indonesia archipelago, specifically on the island of Java, and has evolved over centuries. It became prominent during the Javanese royal and aristocratic periods, and today it remains a symbol of Indonesian heritage, representing masculinity, femininity, grace, and modesty.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, before we commence with today's agenda, let us come together to sing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. We kindly request all in-person attendees to rise. take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, without waiting any longer, to kick off today's conference, let's hear the opening remarks from the Chairman of the Financial Education and Training Agency, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Andin Hadianto.
Honorable Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Thomas Djuanda, all senior officials from the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia, resource persons and authors of selected papers from various institutions in Indonesia and other countries, and distinguished participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good mornings. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it is my honor to extend a warm welcome to all speakers, authors, and participants who are joining us in person or online from Indonesia and also from administrations around the world. Thank you for your participations at the 4th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, which will be held for 2 days from 8 to 10 October 2024. This conference is initiated by the Indonesian Customs Training Center as the WCO Regional Training Center Asia Pacific Indonesia or RTC Indonesia in collaborations with Directorate General of Customs and Excise and the State Finance Polytechnic of Stan. This conference themes building a seamless future through disruptive technologies in customs and multi-stakeholder collaborations captures the essence of these dual challenges. We must embrace technological advancements while ensuring that our partnerships and collaborations keep pace with these transformations. The changing landscape of customs administrations due to disruptive technologies offers both challenges and opportunities. The newest technologies such as blockchains, artificial intelligence, and Internet of Things are reshaping the future custom processes with profound implications for global trade. While these innovations bring the promise of more efficient, secure, and transparent custom operations, they also require us to rethink how we collaborate across borders and institutions under the common principle of safety, security, and fair revenue collections. This year, we have selected 22 outstanding papers with 16 papers focused on disruptive technology and 6 papers partnerships of multi-stakeholder collaborations. It is my honor to introduce our esteemed speakers for this conference. On day 1, the focus will be on the impact of disruptive technologies in customs with presentations from 5 prominent speakers. First, Ms. Valentina Ferraro from the WCO. Second, Mr. Rudy Rahmaddi from DG Customs and Excise of the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. Third, Professor Nyoman Pujawan from 10 November Institute of Technology. Fourth, Ms. Yu Hongting, General Administration of Customs of the People's Republic of China. Fifth, Mr. Gustav Fischer from Customs Administration of the Netherlands. On day 2, the spotlight shifts the partnership of multi-stakeholder collaborations with insightful discussion led by first Mr. Arman Zalitov from the WCO and second Mr. Puji Seswanto from the DG Custom and Excise of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to this event serving as a catalyst for a meaningful networking and collaborations among custom authorities, institutions, and academic bodies. The outcomes of this conference are expected to yield alternative solutions to the future challenges and opportunities posed by disruptive technologies while fostering collaboration for a seamless future in custom administrations. In conclusions, I wish you all good health and productive experience as you participate in this session over the next 2 days. It is with great honor that I declare the official commencement of the 4th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, Building a Seamless Future Through Disruptive Technologies in Custom and Multi-Stakeholders Collaborations. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Andin Hadianto, for the enlightening speech and to give more encouragement to the participants. With all due respect, we would like to invite the Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Thomas Djuanda, to deliver his keynote remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please join me in welcoming His Excellency, Bapak Thomas Djuanda.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Chairman of Education and the Training Agency, Bapak Andin Hadianto, and colleagues from the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. Professor Nyoman Pujawan from 10 November Institute of Technology. Ms. Gusta Visser, Customs Attaché Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Singapore. Mr. Jose Calderon, Country Attaché, along with officials from the U.S. Embassy, Jakarta. Customs representatives from partner countries, colleagues from World Customs Organization, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all. First of all, let me welcome all participants of the 4th Regional Training Center Indonesia International Conference in person and those who are joining us virtually. It is an honor and pleasure to deliver these keynote remarks at this conference. On April 30th, 1957, Indonesia joined the World Customs Organization. Since then, we have continued to play an active role in every agenda, including activities carried out in this region. We are thrilled to share that as of January 2021, the Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center has been appointed the Regional Training Center for the Asia-Pacific region. This prestigious role solidifies our center's capability to deliver an expanded array of customs training, capacity building programs, and specialized courses to cater to the needs of customs institutions nationally and indeed regionally. I want to extend my appreciation to the Indonesian Customs, the Financial Training Institute, and the Polytechnic Keuangan Negara STAN for their collaboration in enhancing knowledge and developing institutional capacity. This international conference is an exceptional opportunity for in-depth discussions on current customs issues and a valuable platform for sharing experiences among customs institutions in addressing global risks and economic uncertainties. In this opening remark, allow me to brief all of you on some areas that I hope will become the guiding blocks of this event. I will first discuss the recent global economic situation, mainly how it affects customs authorities worldwide. Next, I will discuss the importance of two topics at this event: destructive technology and cooperation. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, risks to the global outlook are tilted towards the downside. While the war in Ukraine has not ended, global tension is now sadly escalating in the Middle East. Energy prices are rising, and inflationary pressure is unlikely to ease in the short term. Regarding trade, global deceleration has also overshadowed the prospects for future growth. The medium to longer term outlook is dimmer, overshadowed by demand and supply issues. In a period of weak demand, the global economy is confronted by increasing fragmentation. Trade and foreign direct investment restrictions have increased. Trade patterns have shifted as firms respond to growing policy uncertainty and seek ways to insulate their supply chains from geopolitical risks. Both trade and FDI are increasingly concentrated among geopolitically aligned countries. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, several episodes of trade disputes have instigated the revival of protectionism among countries. The current geopolitical situation sharpens these challenges, pushing less global cooperation. In the last few years, escalating tensions resulted in trade restrictions, imposing tit-for-tat tariffs, and eroding the principles of free trade. These shifts toward protectionism depart from free trade and multilateral cooperation principles. The situation contributed to economic divergence, disrupted supply chains, and hindered the economic progress of many countries, mainly the emerging and less developed. As geopolitical tensions intensify, countries pivot towards regional economic blocs or bilateral agreements, creating a friend-shoring phenomenon that has led to welfare losses, mainly in the developing world. If continued, these patterns could pose macro-financial stability risks for many countries. Given the present circumstances, I'm genuinely convinced that the chosen theme for this year's conference, Disruptive Technologies in Customs and Multi-Stakeholder Collaboration, holds immense significance. Technology is vital in modern society and poses potential challenges to our community and economy. With the world becoming more fragmented, it is also essential for us to strengthen our collaborative endeavors to address upcoming obstacles successfully. I'm excited about the valuable discussions and insights this conference will bring. Distinguished guests, the selection of technology as a topic for this event is essential, at least from 2 points of view. First, we all understand how the rapid advancement of digital technology has caused widespread changes in many aspects of our lives, including government, business, resources, and societal needs. Secondly, technology has also moved to influence international trade and impact customs business processes. In that second area, disruptive technologies in the customs sector include the rise of new trade products, such as digital products and new activities that could have significant impact to customs. Many customs authorities have been developing ways to harness technology's full potential. The World Customs Organization is also promoting this, actively enhancing transformation by fostering a data culture and building a data ecosystem on a global scale. Technology in the customs sector is expected to minimize customs times and costs. However, we should also prepare for the challenges it brings. New technologies such as big data, data analytics, blockchains, artificial intelligence, and biometrics can replace old business processes. This mandates the need for new knowledge and training for customs officials worldwide. Another issue worth noting related to disruptive technology is the rise of techno-nationalism. Countries recognizing the strategic importance of technological sectors are vying for supremacy, leading to the divergence of technological ecosystems and standards. This topic is highly relevant to everyone as it outlines what customs authorities need to prepare for in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the second topic of collaboration is something we should all hold close to us. Global fragmentation has triggered a wave of rising nationalism and populism in many countries, impacting the cooperative spirit in international relations. Additionally, geopolitical tensions among major powers contribute to a shifting economic landscape, leading to new alliances and trade dynamics. Protectionist measures induce nations to reassess their financial relationships, leading to the formation of economic blocs. There is a discernible trend toward onshoring and friendshoring. As I mentioned earlier, this situation is risky for the global economy. Trade backlogs will create not only economic contraction, but also welfare loss. Therefore, cross-border institutional partnerships need strengthening. Collaboration between institutions is significant because it raises a shared understanding to help ensure that the regulatory process runs effectively and people's welfare is managed foremostly. To improve the decision-making of all regulatory institutions, we need to move towards critical principles of collaboration, including regulatory transparency, manpower availability, and infrastructure availability. Additionally, cross-border collaboration can tackle law enforcement evasion by transnational criminal organizations. Engagement in joint operations and regular information exchange will lead to quicker results. Distinguished guests and participants, there is no one-size-fits-all solution to solving problems. Differences in institutions, procedures, mechanisms, and communications are topics that should be discussed to find best practices for all. As an independent intergovernmental organization, the World Customs Organization should continue amplifying effective and efficient customs administration to achieve its objectives while facilitating trade, protecting society, securing fair revenue collection, and supporting customs offices worldwide. This event will be an excellent opportunity to present, share, and discuss ideas and experiences to build capacity, develop content, and share knowledge, enabling us to create more adaptive and resilient customs institutions. I want to extend my gratitude to all our esteemed speakers, representatives from the World's Customs Organization, academics from Indonesia and abroad, and representatives from the customs administrations. In conclusion, I urge all participants to continue the spirit of partnership by networking and cooperating between customs authorities and academic institutions to develop research-based policies for our respective institutions. I hope you will have an insightful and productive discussion. Thank you and terima kasih.
Thank you, Bapak Thomas Djuanda, for the amazing remarks. We would be honored if you could stay to join us for a group photo session.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to our next agenda, we would like to capture this special moment with a group photo session. We kindly invite Bapak Andin, Bapak Untarto, Ibu Anita, Ibu Evi, and all high officials in the Ministry of Finance, and also our distinguished moderator and speakers who attend this event in person to join us for the group photo session.
Okay, for the first photo session is formal style. The cue is from us. Okay, we'll be waiting for a while. Okay, give us some time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a photo group together with this pose. Okay. Cue from us in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with all due respect, we welcome you to stay or leave the conference if you have other activities or agenda. Okay, once again, with all due respect to Bapak Thomas Djuanda, we welcome you to stay or leave the conference if you have other activities or agenda. It's a pleasure to having you here for the opening of our agenda today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take a moment to learn more about the Regional Training Center Indonesia. We have prepared a special video that highlights its mission, vision, and incredible work they do to drive excellence in training and development across the region. Please direct your attention to the screen and let's watch this profile video together.
Welcome to the Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center, located at the Directorate General Customs and Excise Headquarters Complex in Rawamangun, East Jakarta. It was established in 1966, aiming to provide world-class quality training within the fields of customs and excise. Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center is a part of Finance Education and Training Agency under the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia and headed by a director. With its 14 best trainers who are highly qualified and well-respected specialists in their field. The Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center has officially become the regional training center for the Asia-Pacific region after being endorsed by the head of customs administrations in the Asia-Pacific region at 21st WCO AP Regional Head of Customs Administration Conference on November 12, 2020. The commencement was marked with the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding between the World Customs Organization and the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia on January 29, 2021. We organize customs and excise courses in a various number of specialized fields through the annual scheduled training programs and other additional courses to meet the training needs that arise every year. We also adopt diverse strategies to promote digital learning activities that result in the massive open online courses such as e-learning, distance learning, webinar, and talk show. The building features training facilities that consist of administrative offices for the Customs Training Department, a 100-seat auditorium for trainings and large group meetings, 19 classrooms, each with the capacity of 30 students, training lab with the equipment for simulation training, mock container examination, 3 dormitories with 70 rooms, digital learning room, computer laboratory, mini office, library, lounge, studio, main hall, dining room, fitness center, entertainment room, stadium, swimming pool, tennis court. Now we are more than ready to be the best place to respond to officers' training needs, to forge links with neighboring countries, and to facilitate the follow-up World Customs Organization programs in the Asia-Pacific region.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as our welcome gesture to you on this first day of the 4th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, we would like to present a welcome dance, and this is to represent the hospitality of RTC Indonesia and also the rich culture that Indonesia has. Gending Sriwijaya dance is a traditional dance from Palembang, South Sumatra, Indonesia, that symbolizes the grandeur and cultural heritage of the ancient Sriwijaya kingdom. This elegant and graceful dance is often performed to welcome honored guests and at significant ceremonial events. We are very grateful to present our welcome gesture to you. Please welcome the traditional dance of Gending Sriwijaya.
Sriwijaya.
Okay, once again, please give big round of applause for the traditional dance of Gending Sriwijaya that performed by Sabdanusa PKN Stan. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, we will now take a short break for about 15 minutes. Please feel free to enjoy the snacks provided available just outside this room. During the break, we will play a video for your enjoyment, so please be relaxed and watch while you enjoy your refreshment. We will continue with the next session shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you had a pleasant break. We would now like to kindly inform you that the break has come to an end, and we will be resuming the event shortly. Please take your seat as we are about to continue with the next agenda. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to having you back with us. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you had a pleasant break. We would now like to kindly inform you that the break has come to an end, and we will be resuming the event shortly. Please take your seats as we are about to continue with the next agenda. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to having you back with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to brief you shortly about our today agenda. This morning we will hear the discussion by our moderator and invited speakers. After that, we will have a break time, then we will continue to have the presentations of selected submitted papers.
Now it's time for our special event. On this very first occasion, we will listen the presentations regarding disruptive technologies in customs. I'd like to introduce the moderator for our plenary session. He has a lot of experience in the academic field as a researcher at Stan Research, mentor at Pablon's Book Publishing, and reviewer at the Indonesian Treasury Review, Journal of the Indonesian Ministry of Finance. He completed his master's in business administration and management at Krishna Dwipayana University and PhD at Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University. He served as head of the Kuala Tanjung Customs Office, Directorate General of Customs and Excise from 2017 to 2021. And currently, he serves as head of the Division of Training Planning and Development at the Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center. So without further ado, please welcome Bapak Yudi Darmanauli.
Thank you, Danar and Friska. Wow, you look fabulous in those Javanese costumes.
Okay, thank you, Bapak.
Please tell me, why do you choose Javanese costume for this special occasion?
Okay, we all know that in this October we call it Batik Day, yeah, and this is how we do some action towards it, and we as young generation want to preserve our culture, and of course, if you can see, we are wearing batik. This means batik Parang Garuda. Yes, and Parang Garuda carries connotation of strength, leadership, and protection, and making it a symbol of power and dignity, also often worn by individual of high status or for significant events.
Fabulous.
Thank you.
Well, Danar and Friska, custom authorities are gatekeepers of international trade, ensuring the smooth flow of goods across borders while maintaining a balance with security and regulatory requirements. They play an instrumental role in promoting lawful trade and protecting the economic health of nations. However, custom procedures can sometimes pose challenges to international trade. Complex procedures, lack of transparency, and bureaucratic red tape can lead to delays and increase costs for businesses. To address these issues, many custom administrations are adopting modernization initiatives, including digital transformation to streamline processes and improve efficiency. Embracing disruptive technologies has become inevitable for custom administrations, which include blockchain, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, the Internet of Things, drones, robots, biometrics, virtual and augmented reality, and many more. This is the main driver for RTC Indonesia to organize this year conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you again to the 4th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference. Since 2021, the RTC Indonesia has organized annual international conference with various themes. This year, the theme is Building a Seamless Future to Disruptive Technology in Customs and Multi-Stakeholder Collaboration. This two-day conference is organized proudly by Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center as the WCO Regional Training Center. And this conference will not be possible without the collaboration with the Directorate General of Customs and Excise and the Polytechnic of State Finance STAN. Earlier today, we had the privilege to hear the opening remark from the Honorable Mr. Thomas Djuanda, and as well the keynote speech from the Honorable Mr. Andin Hadianto. In this session, we will have the pleasure to hear and learn more about disruptive technologies in customs. In these sessions, we will have 3 presenters, namely Ms. Valentina Ferraro from the World Customs Organization, Bapak Rudy Rahmaddi from the Directorate General of Customs and Excise, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, and an academia, Professor Nyoman Pujawan from the 10 November Institute of Technology, Surabaya. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome the 3 presenters. Ya, yang 2 online. Each presenters will have 20 minutes to deliver their presentation. And all 3 presentations, after that, we will have a 15 minutes question and answer session. Before we begin the presentation, please allow me to introduce our first presenter who joined us online from Brussels. Ms. Valentina Ferraro joined the World Customs Organization in 2019 as a technical attaché in the Compliance and Facilitation Directorate, where she has led key initiatives in performance measurement and green customs. She currently serves as the project manager for the WCO Smart Customs project. Before her time at the WCO, Valentina held executive positions in the Italian Customs and Monopoly Agency. She served as director of the Coordination Office for Personnel and Organization Affairs and was the acting director of the Office for Procedures and Controls in the excise duty sector at the Regional Directorate for Sicily. With a PhD in public management and governance, she previously had research and teaching positions at the Faculty of Economics at the University of Rome, Tor Vergata. She also worked as a consultant for the National Authority for Public Administration Evaluation, Transparency and Integrity, the Italian Research Center for Labor, Economic and Development Studies, and UNESCO. Ms. Ferraro holds bachelor and master and doctoral degrees, all from the University of Rome, Tor Vergata. I'm sure you are curious to know about the Smart Customs project and its role in facilitating and securing global supply chain through the use of disruptive technologies. With no more ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ms. Valentina Ferraro. Ms. Ferraro, are you with us?
Yes.
Ah,
Can you
lovely.
hear me?
Yes, clearly. Ms. Ferraro, I hope you had a good time during your visit to Jakarta a few weeks ago. It was really an honor for RTC Indonesia to contribute to WCO effort in encouraging members countries to utilize disruptive technologies. Today, I personally am eager to learn more from you how custom administrations can improve their performance by employing disruptive technologies. Ms. Ferraro, the time is yours.
Thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. Actually, I wish I was still with you like in 2 weeks ago. And I really appreciated your traditional dance and all these introductory remarks that you made. Thank you very much for that. It is an honor for me to represent WCO for this important conference. Let me just share my screen, if I may ask the organizer to allow me to share the screen to start this presentation. Otherwise, I will ask their help to share my presentation. Yes, I see it now active. Just a second, please. I hope you can see that. Actually, all these introductory remarks have already made a lot of ease job for me to introduce this theme. As you see, the title of my presentation is Empowering Customs Through Disruptive Technology, because this is ultimately our goal here. But before entering into the core of this presentation, I would first like to introduce you to the World Customs Organization briefly. As you see here from the map, the World Customs Organization represents 186 customs administration across the globe, divided in 6 regions. It was established in 1952 as the Customs Cooperation Council, and it is an independent intergovernmental body whose mission is to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of customs. If we look at the WCO current strategic plan 2022-2025, you can see here shown in the slide our main strategic objectives that span across trade facilitation, revenue collection, protection of society, as well as our core functions, that is, develop, maintain, and implement instruments, international instruments, foster customs cooperation, build capacity, supported by research and communication. You see here marked in the circle this focus area 1, technology and innovation. Before that, that was the strategic plan from 2022. But even before that, the WCO has already dedicated a lot of effort in. Oh, sorry, there's something going on with my presentation, but it's interactive. It's fine. If you see this drawing, it might give an artistic glimpse to this to this presentation. So I was saying that before 2022, we had already some work going on in this area, and particularly early, we released in 2019 the first study report on disruptive technology. It was this outcome of exploratory studies and research, as well as the result of discussions held on the future of customs since 2015. And this was done in a dedicated working group, including customs administration, the private sector, international organizations, and academia under the WCO Permanent Technical Committee. Now, in early going forward to this historical reconstruction, going forward, we see that in early 2021, The WCO partnered with the World Trade Organization in the work on disruptive technologies, and this resulted in the collection of survey results on the use of particular disruptive technologies by customs and the development of a joint paper that is called The Role of Advanced Technologies in Cross-Border Trade, a Customs Perspective. The 2022 edition of our study report on disruptive technologies, therefore, it is the result of this joint effort of WCO and WTO working closely with member customs administration, again, private sector and other stakeholders. The study report 2022 is intended to further raise awareness and knowledge of customs in the area of disruptive technologies in international trade, and particularly in border management environment. This including benefits and opportunities of the adoption of different technologies, identifying challenges and gaps. It was intended to serve as an important source of information for customs when deciding to embark in a digitalization journey through the leveraging disruptive technologies. In this study report, there are while in the previous version we had 21 case studies collected, in this version we have 42 case studies, so increasing the range of experiences that have been collected. But our work doesn't stop there, because in December 2023, the WCO launched, with the support of China Customs, the Smart Customs project, with this aim of narrowing the digital gaps among customs administration worldwide, and building on the 2022 edition of the study report on disruptive technologies that I introduced to you before. Going more specifically into the scope and objectives of the project, actually the project has a global scope and covers all disruptive technologies, emerging technologies, and innovative application of existing technologies. The project is driven by an assessment, and I will tell you more about this later, of the current landscape of the adoption of disruptive technologies among members, identifying needs and gaps as a first baseline in the implementation of technologies. The project has been tasked with both updating and expanding on the 2022 joint WCO-WTO study report on disruptive technologies. And in order to update this study, the project is actively engaging WCO members, administration across the globe, as well as external stakeholders and partners, to explore available technologies and advance understanding of technologies as a basis of adoption. The expansion of the study report will consist of a deeper analysis of the practical application and adoption of key disruptive technologies identified as priority based on the result of a specific survey. In particular, the project is working to provide members with detailed information on the technologies in focus. We call them in focus, and they are artificial intelligence and machine learning, blockchain, and cloud computing. And this work will include providing specific comprehensive insights into business processes, policy framework, legal requirement, minimum technical specification, cost, trends, all that is needed to know when deciding about the adoption of technologies. To support this effort, the project is planning national study missions to explore best practices and this wide range of requirements. The result of these study missions will be incorporated into this comprehensive report, which will constitute a component of the updated version of the study report on disruptive technology. Another activity stream that we have in the project is a research component that will be launched soon on the challenges of adoption of technologies from strategic, cultural, and sociological perspective. And a last pillar I wanted to highlight to you is very important. It is knowledge and dissemination of experiences. We had 2 weeks ago only the Asia Pacific regional workshop on disruptive technology hosted kindly by Indonesia Customs, and that was an example of this knowledge sharing and dissemination. So you see here a range of scope that are interconnected, a range of deliverables that are also interconnected. And so apart from these reports that we are developing, we will continue organizing other regional workshops in other regions in order to cover as much as possible all WCO membership that, as you saw at the beginning, is quite broad across the globe. Additionally, it's important to say that we are setting up a website that is a community portal. So the portal for the smart customs community of experts. And this is going to be, we're designing it together with member administration as an online platform for peer learning and continuous dialogue to continue fostering dialogue of innovation within customs administration. This portal that will be launched soon will serve as a hub of knowledge dissemination on technology applications in customs, enabling a safe environment for continuous dialogue and informing customs of emerging technologies, trends, as well as other related projects. I have mentioned at the beginning that the project process is driven by the preliminary assessment of members' need and gaps in technology adoption. And this assessment has been undertaken through a dedicated global smart customs survey, which was launched in April. The survey also served as a starting point to foster the exchange of member experiences. We started collecting them to update the study report, but also to nominate national contact points to actively participate in the project development. The survey achieved a notable participation rate of the 62% of member administration, representing 116 members across all WCO region. And this is very important for us to ensure that whatever we're delivering is going to represent what all customs across the globe really need. The survey also investigated the maturity levels of technology adoptions and supported innovation. And you see here in the second graph at the bottom of this slide, the maturity, how this was broken up across the different levels. In particular, most responses indicated that customs administration are at the operational and advanced level of maturity. However, there is still significant room for improvement, as you can see, because only the 7% reported being at the transformational level, which is the more advanced, and while others, like the 13%, are still at the initial level of implementation. If we look at the comparative adoption status of the different technologies globally, we see that big data and data analytics were reported as the most frequently adopted solution, followed by cloud computing, biometrics, artificial intelligence, drones, and geospatial mapping. The survey result demonstrate also the prevalence that you see in the bottom area of these graphs, the blue ones, the prevalence of development areas like pilot, proof of concept, or technologies under consideration over full implementation in all technology areas. The technologies that seem to have the biggest development potential are artificial intelligence and machine learning, followed by big data and data analytics, blockchain, and cloud computing. The survey main outcome was the identification of these, what I mentioned before as the focus technologies for the project. We asked a specific question to customs to name the top 3 technologies that they were considering to adopt in the near future, and that they wanted us to focus on in the project. And you see the result at the bottom right of this slide. This was the main consideration for the selection of our focus technologies. However, the choice of these three technologies in focus was also driven by other considerations. For example, evidence related to the impact, the expected impact, and the difficulty of adoption of different technologies. And here we see that artificial intelligence and big data and data analytics appear to be the technologies with the highest expected impact and relatively moderate difficulty scores, while another group, blockchain and cloud computing, have been reported as having higher level of difficulty with still significant expected impact. In addition, for reasons of efficiency, we considered other relevant WCO initiatives and the need not to overlap efforts. Therefore, I repeat, our focus technologies in the project are AI, cloud computing, and blockchain. However, all other technologies are still in focus in the scope of the project, and we will address them through the exchanges among customs through the Smart Customs portal, as well as other regional events. The Smart Customs survey also examined something that was very highly stressed in the introductory remark, so the relationship between the adoption of disruptive technologies and customs performance. And we see here that the result show that the adoption of technology is expected to contribute or already contributed to several customs performance areas that are those of the WCO performance measurement mechanism, in particular in the areas related to trade facilitation and economic competitiveness, as well as enforcement, security, and protection of society, and a little bit less so in the area of revenue collection and organizational development. Now, you see here the link to the WCO performance measurement mechanism if you have a need to explore a bit more. Now, we have considered all this benefit in terms of customs performance, and it's natural to question how all these areas and efforts in technology adoptions are helping to enhance what we learned to be very important for us, especially during COVID pandemic, that it's a resilience of customs across the border and business continuity. And here I wanted to introduce you to this resolution of the Customs Cooperation Council on strengthening customs industry resilience in June 2024. But before that, let me recall that the WCO guidelines on disaster management and supply chain continuity, that it's another tool already available, already emphasized that the adoption of disruptive technologies significantly also enhanced both preparedness, response, and recovery and in business continuity planning and operations. And how? Is through the enhancement of transparency and efficiency of customs procedure, ensuring the completeness and accuracy of data exchange and facilitating interoperability and sharing of data across agencies. Moreover, the adoption of disruptive technology solution is increasingly recognized as a driving force for transformational change, and this is what we hear in all the regional workshops that we are organizing. And it's crucial to maintaining competitive advantage at the border. Now, this importance of digital technologies and partnership, that it's another key focus of your conference, to secure efficient supply chain, was highlighted by what I introduced to you as this new Customs Cooperation Council resolution in June 2024. This resolution underscores the need for collaboration between customs administration and industry partner to ensure this global security and economic stability in technological advancement. The resolution emphasizes the importance of committing to resilience as a strategic priority, encouraging customs administration to review and develop robust business continuity plans that are preparing them to cope with disruptive events. A key component of this resolution that I invite you to consult, that is available on the WCO website, is digitalization. As a last part of the presentation, I just wanted to give you an overview of the other related project, program, and activities that WCO is undertaking in the area of technology implementation. The first one is the Bakuda project that is building practical and data analytics capacities for customs. The WCO Data Innovation Hub, whose last edition is going to be held, not last, but the next edition is going to be held right tomorrow here at the WCO. And this is a dialogue started in 2022 among customs, academia, and the private sector on innovation. Also, we have released in 2023 a research and policy note on generative AI for customs, and the 23rd Integrity Subcommittee meeting in February last has addressed the specific topic of AI and consequences for integrity. You can consult the working paper of this agenda item for further information. All this, I'm going to go quickly on that. I believe these slides are going to be available to you. These are a bit more detail about this project. You have the QR code for further information. And as last, concluding, what is next in the project and for WCO in this area? We're going to release the comprehensive report on these selected technologies for the project. There are AI, blockchain, and cloud computing. We will update national case studies. We will continue organizing regional workshops. We will launch the community portal and our research. So stay tuned. And if you want further information, just do not hesitate to contact us at this email that is smartcustoms@wcomd.org. And I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Ferraro, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to offer you some excerpts from Ms. Ferraro's presentation. First of all, in the WCO Strategic Plan 2022-2025, one of the focus area is about innovation and technology. This marks the seriousness of the WCO in empowering custom administrations through adoption of innovation and technology. Since 2019, the WCO has initiated a study on how disruptive technology may be beneficial for custom administrations. This study focused on technologies such as blockchain, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, machine learning, biometrics, virtual and augmented reality, drones, and 3D printing. The WCO has also launched Smart Custom project to facilitate members countries to share knowledge on innovative solutions to custom issues. It is interesting that the Smart Custom survey reveals that disruptive technologies which have the highest rate of implementation are big data, data analytics, as well as artificial intelligence and machine learning. It is also interesting to know that the performance area which has the most significant improvement is the smoother movement of goods. Smart Custom project does not merely focus on disruptive technology, but also pays attention to fostering stronger custom and business partnership to build a secure and efficient supply chain. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a 15-minute Q&A session after all three presentations. So please keep your question ready. And we move on to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Pak Rudy Rahmaddi from Directorate General of Customs and Excise. Currently, Pak Rudy Rahmaddi works as the Director of Customs and Excise Information. His main responsibilities include preparing policy formulation, standardization, technical guidance, and evaluations in the implementation of Directorate General and Customs and Excise Information and Communication Technology, as well as completing other tasks assigned by the Director General. In addition, Pak Rudy Rahmaddi served as the daily executive chair of the National Logistic Ecosystem, Secretary of Logistics for the G20 Meeting Implementation Committee, and chair of the supporting working group for the tax reform implementation team, and strengthening custom and excise reform at the Ministry of Finance. Pak Rudy Rahmaddi holds a bachelor degree in economics from University of Indonesia, master's degree in management also from University of Indonesia, and a doctoral degree in development policy from Hiroshima University. Konnichiwa. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pak Rudy Rahmaddi.
Thank you very much, Pak Yudi Dharma, for very warm welcome and very kind introduction from me. Very good afternoon, very good morning to all of you, distinguished guests, Honorable Pak Untarto Wibowo, sorry, Pak Untarto Wibowo, Head of Customs and Excise Training and Education Center, Bu Anita, Director of International Affairs Department in Customs, DGCE, and all distinguished guests present here in presence and also virtually. Thank you very much for inviting me as one of the speakers here. Allow me to present to you about the implementation of disruptive technology in Indonesia customs IT system, which I will elaborate more in the core customs core system, so-called the CHESA, and also national logistic ecosystems case studies. First of all, allow me to explain to you, next slide, regarding the dynamics of DG Customs strategic environment. Next slide, please. Strategic environment as a border agency and within a logistics supply chain. Because understanding the challenges faced by DGCE in carrying out its duties and function in its strategic environment can propel the driving force and also foundation for us in the IT department to establish the IT architecture that enable DG Customs to better deliver its function and roles. As you may acknowledge that Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country in the world, but our border is still considered porous. It means that we have so many, landing spots that need to be controlled and inspected all around the world, but all around Indonesia, across Indonesia. But I think we cannot do that in physical way. So we need to, develop kind of a strategy and also proper technology and tools to do so. And we have the service characteristic that is very, very time sensitive, no delay, no additional costs. We need to establish the centralized system, the IT system, IT core system that is connected to all customs offices, whether it is a regional office, custom and excise supervision and service office, and customs main service offices across Indonesia. And we have our system is very, very complex with more than 84 business process, customs business processes that need to be automized or digitalized, and then more than 4,000 menus that need to be provided for our stakeholders, whether internally or externally. More than 350,000 documents per day, customs and excise documents per day, more than 5 million API, application programming interface hits per day, and then more than delivering or catering the more than 15,000 customs officers, more than 20,000 stakeholders. So not to mention about our logistics situation in Indonesia. Our logistic cost is the highest in the region. This is the number from 2018 according to World Bank. We have around 24% of GDP at that time. But after delivering the National Logistic Ecosystem Program, we can reduce significantly these logistic costs in order to be competitive with our peers in the region. I will explain it later. Regarding the dynamic challenges in our functions of the revenue collection, our revenue target increased continuously within recent 5 years, around 9% growth. And then in order to have the sustainable revenue achievement, we need to boost voluntary compliance. How we can propel or maintain this system to boost the voluntary compliance within our stakeholders. In the community protection, the geopolitical tension that in the morning elaborated by Honorable Vice Minister Thomas, that may affect trade and disrupt supply chain. This is also happened in Indonesia. The dynamic transnational crime, narcotics, smuggling, terrorism, cybercrime, so on and so forth. As the largest archipelagic countries, we also face the illicit tobacco trade within Indonesia. And we have to maintain within 6 months in 2024, more than 18 million passengers, international passengers that need to be, serviced and also controlled. In area of trade facilitator, as I mentioned, we have to, manage the more than 350K documents per day. We have to maintain speedy dwelling time in terms of industrial assistance, more than 2,700 recipients of customs incentives, of fiscal incentives, with a value of more than $2 billion. So all of this consideration has to be considered by us in IT department to establish the robust IT architecture system that can carry out the enabler for us in DG Customs to deliver our duties and function. Next slide. So we come with this CHEISA, our core customs core system called CHEISA 4.0, with this building block architecture, using the robust infrastructure to handle high transaction. This includes the utilization of big data here at the foundation, you can see. The utilization of big data, the utilization of API technology, and utilization of microservices. These are some of the latest technology and IT foundation that we in DG Customs built to have the robust IT infrastructure. We also adopt many features of disruptive technologies like face recognition, and right now we are moved further to the biometric recognition and then recommendation alert, the use of intelligent multimedia analysis, so on and so forth. And all of those technology and enablers, infrastructure, can facilitate us in DG Customs to have the forecast-based initiative to address customs and logistic challenges that I already mentioned in the previous slide. This is the concept. What is the implementation? Next slide. These are some of the examples of the implementation of disruptive technologies in our CHESA core custom systems. For instance, in the application of cargo risk management, we use the machine learning with the random forest methodology, and the outcome is very promising. We have the hit rate. Our latest hit rate can achieve a 68%. I think this is a little bit high in the average WCO standard. And we have also a comprehensive check, less than 60 seconds for the documents, export and import documents. But we haven't come to an end yet because we are in the process to reach average 10-second document process. And it results in the extra effort in our revenue, estimated to be more than 24 million US dollar. And at the same time, using this disruptive technology, the system is not very much increasing the dwelling time. So we can still maintain the time efficiency for the logistic process. In the revenue forecasting, we use the data analytics. And using the econometric and the statistical techniques, our mean absolute percentage error is 8.6%. So this is considered to be a highly accurate forecasting. In the AutoGate system, we use the Internet of Things, and it creates the human resource efficiency in our entry point and exit point in seaport. And for the passenger control management, we use the electronic customs declaration and passenger risk management using the big data analytics. And the result is that we can control and monitor the suspected passengers. The number is increasing from 2020, around 100, to tripling into 332 suspected passengers. And then in the documentation or validation process, we also use technology of machine learning in the HS suggestion or the tariff, post-tariff classification suggestion. And for to detect the unusual transaction, we also use the data analytics technology using the algorithm variance and upper lower bound to detect the unusual transaction. And for the price range validation, we also use the technology of data analytics to detecting the fairness or unfairness of the value of the goods. For the last two example I mentioned before, this is still in the in the experimentation. So as I mentioned that we haven't come to an end yet. So despite of all of previous achievement that we already got, we are still experimenting the other or the more possible way to implement the disruptive technology that may support us in delivering our function and roles. That's the implementation of disruptive technology in the customs basis. What about in the logistic? Next slide. In order to make our logistic performance efficient, we also launched the National Logistic Ecosystem Program by creating an integrated, efficient, and transparent logistic environment. We collaborate with our stakeholders here and identifying the 4 aspects, the important aspects that may hinder our national logistic performance, which is the first one is how can we simplify our government logistic services by delivering the disruptive technologies, that so-called the single submission. So in this way, we simplifying from 10 business process within customs and quarantine into 3, make it more efficient. And then we also launched the joint inspection between customs and quarantine in the integrated inspection site. So the inspection process need not to be delivered in sequential way, but we can do it in parallel way. So it makes efficiency. In order to tackle the asymmetric information in supply and demand of logistics, we also launched the logistic platform collaboration among the transportation, shipping, harbor, and warehousing, so on and so forth. We also provide the payment gateway to facilitate payment and also digital financing for our stakeholders. And also we rearrange the spatial and infrastructure to be improved in order to make it more efficient in the main port arrangement and the rearrange of the container depot. Okay. And then for the system, the NLE multi-stakeholder collaboration, we also move from the previous system that is very, 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 very complex into the simpler one, using the NLE as the hub of the system. And we do so in the all the supply chain from inbound to outbound. And the result, next slide, gives us the efficiency. The NLE has already been implemented in the 46 seaports and 6 airports, covers 97 to 98% of our import and export transaction. And then it creates the efficiency in 2002 and 2003, more than 40% in time, and cost more than 35%. And it also in national, in macroeconomics level, it creates the efficiency of the national logistic costs from 24.64% in 2013 to 14.29% in 2023. This is the survey conducted by National Development Planning Agency using the input-output table. And then all of those efforts, next slide, creates the success in our delivery in roles and function. Our revenue collector achieved more than 100% target from 2020 to 2022. And then we can still maintain our dwelling time still efficient. The number, the figures is from 3.91 days to 2.9. And then the electronic customs declaration may save time for passengers from 105 minutes to only 25 minutes. And then in the terms of a community protector, our IT system may contribute to the increasing number of the confiscated goods. Here, you can see the number. And then the top commodity, like the illicit tobacco trade, we can confiscate the tobacco products, textile, alcohol, narcotics, so on and so forth. But as I mentioned, we don't stop here. Next slide. This is kind of a list of that we need to improve in the future for our CESA core system and also in the NLE. We need to enhance our digital service because out of 165 customs and excise business process, we are still digitizing 99. So we need to automate it and digitalize the remaining 66 business processes. And we need to enhance our IT cyber security, improvement of ICT governance, and enhance user interface and user experience, and integrate it with more government agencies. In the national logistic arrangement in the future, we also have to strengthen our national logistic ecosystem by collaborating between a logistic service provider system, and then strengthening infrastructure and connectivity, strengthening the competitiveness of human resource and logistic actors, and digitalization of logistic services. And all of those efforts, thank God, has already been appreciated by many institutions. In 2024, next slide, we have the certificate merit from WCO for our CESA, and also appreciation, next slide please, and appreciation from the one of the biggest airport management authority, the Angkasa Pura Indonesia, and also our NLE team has already also received the certificate of merit from WCO here in 2024. Yeah. That will be all for my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Rudy. Really an eye-opening presentation. I personally don't know many things about development in customs, like you have already told us today. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you agree that this is a very eye-opening presentation. So much has been achieved by the Indonesian customs, and hopefully it will inspire other custom administration to modernize their business process. Allow me to summarize the presentation of Pak Rudy Rahmaddi. First, this is about the history, the development of CESA and NLA, National Logistic Ecosystem. And it is this CESA and NLA were established, driven by dynamic challenges in strategic environment faced by the Directorate General of Customs and Excise. Disruptive technologies in customs, we already seen that Directorate General of Customs and Excise already utilize machine learning, data analytics, and big data, and also Internet of Things. The business process employed these disruptive technologies include passenger analysis, risk management, and also AutoGate, and also for revenue forecasting. And the result, the Director General of Customs and Excise got extra revenue, 24.67 billion, I think, billion. And this disruptive technology is not only utilized in custom context, but also in logistic industry through the national logistic ecosystem. Simplification in business process, platform collaboration, spatial and infrastructure improvement, and also payment gateway. This is for improvement with already done in the logistic industry. And the result, efficiency, improvement in time and also costs. So this is already good thing for national logistic in Indonesia because they can reduce from 24% to 14%. That's a huge leap for Indonesia. And yeah, 10% reduction. And perhaps in the future, in the near future, we can see further development in this area. Thank you, Pak Rudy. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have question and answer later. I hope Ms. Valentina Ferraro is still with us. And we continue to our third presenter. Our third presenter is Professor Nyoman Pujawan. He is the Dean of Interdisciplinary School of Management and Technology, 10 November, Institute of Technology, Surabaya. He is a professor in supply chains engineering and industrial and systems engineering. He serves as the chairman of the advisory board of the Indonesian Supply Chain and Logistics Institute. He also served as president of the International Supply Chain Education Alliance Indonesia. This is an organization which provides certification for supply chain professionals. He is involved in more than 40 projects in the industry on various supply chain issues. He has more than 55 publications in international journals. He received various national and international awards, including National Outstanding Lecturer in 2009. He has provided more than 150 trainings to industry. He also worked as a visiting lecturer at several universities abroad. Professor Nyoman Pujawan holds a bachelor degree from 10 November Institute of Technology, Surabaya, a master degree from ASEAN Institute of Technology, Bangkok, and a doctoral degree from Lancaster University, UK. Professor Pujawan, are you with us? Can I hear your voice?
Yes, Pak Yudi.
Splendid.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes,
Okay.
clearly.
Thank you.
Well, Professor Nyoman Pujawan, welcome to this conference. And the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yudi, and all the organizers for inviting me to this excellent conference. I'm not really someone who understands much about custom, but I learn a lot about logistics. So within the next 20 minutes, I would like to share some ideas about how technology can be used to improve custom processes. If I may share my slide, it would be easier for me to control the flow of my presentation. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think I follow the theme of the conference, where today we are talking about how technologies, especially the emerging technology, can be used to improve the custom processes, which is a very important thing, I believe, especially when we talk about logistic, and logistic is the blood life of every nation, every company, and also eventually to everybody, basically. Yeah, I think there are a lot of information already presented by earlier presenters. I learned quite a lot actually from this presentation, where I think everybody already aware that custom is a formal process of passing goods through custom barriers for import and export of goods from one country to the other. And obviously, it is very important to know that custom processes is also facilitating trade. So trade is an economic factor that is very important because with trade, I think one region can expand economy, and other region can get a product easier, can also sell the product easier to other region or other countries. Custom is also facilitating revenue generation through custom duty, tax, fee, etc. Some sources even mention that some countries could get 3 to 5% of GDP from customs, which is obviously very large percentage in that sense. Of course, there are variation from country to country. So those countries who are involved very much in international trade would obviously have higher figures compared to those countries that do not. Yeah. And number 3 is to protect national security and health by controlling the borders, so not designing the flow to be very free, but everything needs to be under control. And finally, which is very much of interest of myself as I'm teaching and I'm researching about logistic and supply chain management, is that custom can enhance supply chain efficiency. It is very important actually to have a speedy custom processes to reduce delay and then to minimize storage costs, because if the process is getting very long, the shipper need to pay much more for having the goods in the port, for example. So this is obviously a big cost, in addition to waiting for a longer time that could impact in the operation processes of the companies that have been waiting for the goods itself. So supply chain is very much dependent on how good the custom processes is. Yeah, I think Pak Rudy earlier mentioned about logistic, and we are still struggling in Indonesia to improve logistic processes. And the cost of logistic is significant. And I was actually one of the members of the committee who established national logistics system, and in 2012, that was become one of the president decree. So one of the team that worked for that documents was myself more than 10 years ago. As I mentioned, custom is obviously very critical to global economy. As we see from this chart, the chart actually indicating that the trade volume is going up from time to time, even though in some period of time there are some correction. But overall, if we are looking at the chart here, it is very obvious that the volume of trade from time to time globally is increasing very significantly. This also indicates the importance of custom, how to make the custom much more faster and much more efficient without, of course, sacrificing the need to control the movement of the materials from or product from one place to the other. The rise in the global trade is very much triggered by various economic factors. For example, this is a slide that I often use to explain the importance of global supply chain, because producing a product in one country is getting much more expensive compared to the other countries. So big retail chains like Walmart in the US is importing garment from Bangladesh, for example, because producing the same product in the US costs more than 4 times or 3 times of the production costs if those products are actually produced in Bangladesh. Like a T-shirt, for example, if it is produced in Bangladesh, it costs only 3.7, while if they produce it in the US, then it costs 13.2. So a big, huge difference in production costs. So with advance of logistic, it is much easier actually to get the product from elsewhere, or probably some other companies are actually moving the operation or production activities to other countries, which we call offshoring. And this trend is actually increasing from time to time. So global supply chain is becoming very crucial in today's economy. And obviously, custom will play a very important role in facilitating the flow of product from one country to the other within the global supply chain. But still, I think we see multiple problems related to custom, including, for example, delay. So time is a very important variable in supply chain, especially when we are talking about global supply chain. And delay in custom processes is actually hindering the efficient flow of product from one location to other location within the global chain. And there are some other problems as well, including misclassification of goods, or incomplete or inaccurate documentation, and also something related to compliance risk. Yeah, I got a nice quote from a book that I read recently, a book titled Custom Matters, Strengthening Custom Administration in a Changing World, where it is said it is written in one page of the book that good practice is to have only the minimum number of government agency present at the border to control the goods, meaning that, yeah, I think I frequently heard that there are so many steps in the custom processes involving many different parties or agencies, and that is one of the reasons why custom can get complicated and take a longer time. I think more and more we actually demand, we means, yeah, most of the stakeholders demand that this can be simplified in terms of the processes without sacrificing the power of control, obviously, to improve the speed of the flow, which is very critical point when we are talking about global supply chain, as I mentioned before. So this is why technology is actually providing a lot of opportunity. Those problems actually demand that the custom processes to use technology to speed up, to improve the accuracy, to actually minimize the risk, etc. I think in earlier presentation, we learned already that there are many technologies that are so promising to use in this context. But I particularly interested in highlighting the 4 very important technologies. Some of these have been highlighted before. The first one is blockchain and smart contract, where blockchain is basically a local or decentralized ledger where any transaction will be recorded in multiple devices. It provides much higher security and transparency of information. I will talk slightly more in earlier slides. And number two is predictive analytics. Of course, this is using something like big data analytics, where the number of transactions with much higher number of transactions from time to time, the volume of data is getting very, very big. And we need data analytics technology and methodologies to improve predicting something related to custom, for example, predicting the trend, predicting the anomalies, etc. And then number three is what is called IoT, Internet of Things, which is a kind of device that is attached to physical objects, whatever the object is. Could be a container, could be a unit of the product, etc. So the information about where the product is moving from morning to afternoon, for example. We have full control of those information and full visibility of the movement along the supply chain. And the last one is the automation and robotics, which help people to reduce the errors when there are repeated and routine tasks that need to be done. Also probably providing a faster processes and reduce the errors. So those are the four basic technologies. Well, I know that there are some others, like drone, for example, which already mentioned in earlier presentation. A little bit more about artificial intelligence application, which I mentioned earlier quite briefly. These are some application of artificial intelligence in custom area. Number one is to help product classification. So improve product classification by the use of machine learning. So machine learning, I'm sure that most of you are aware of, that machine learning is a kind of algorithms that we develop. And that algorithm is actually equipped by some intelligence. So we do not need to program everything that this algorithm need to do, because from time to time, as the algorithm actually get more data and information, it will learn by itself. So the more data training that we feed to this system, then it becomes more accurate in the future. So I think we all use AI application like machine learning in our day-to-day life. For example, when you use GPS, for example, or translation machine, we are translating documents from Indonesian language to English. All of this kind of application is actually developed by a kind of machine learning. Yeah, that is number one for product classification. Number two is for valuation, to minimize the chance of undervaluation or overvaluation of cargo, for example, that are crossing the border. So you can actually charge the appropriate amount of tariff or tax in that sense. And number three is for risk scoring, to identify what is the risk level of a certain containers, for example, that is moving from one country to the other, that move through the borders. Yeah. And then there are a lot more like fraud detection. Of course, with the new technology, it is also possible to provide the user with chatbots and virtual assistant, for example. So if you need to ask something that is repeatedly asked by other people, it doesn't need a real person to answer that, but instead the machine can provide you with an accurate information or accurate answer to that. And the last one is for trend analysis, for demand forecasting, for example. So that is artificial intelligence. Number two is blockchain application. I think I mentioned a little bit about blockchain application just now, where blockchain is a decentralized digital ledger that record transaction across multiple computers in such a way that transaction cannot be changed by one person, for example. So it will still be the same as initially you inputted. There are a couple of key features of blockchain application. One is decentralization that could avoid risk of centralized data manipulation. So yeah, it maintains data integrity. Data integrity means there is no risk of somebody is changing it for some interest. Yeah, cannot be deleted. Yeah, it also provides transparency because all that are connected will know what is happening. Yeah, if there is any transaction and that transaction is actually recorded on multiple computers, so all of the computers that is actually held by different stakeholders will know that. So that provide transparency, where actually in the context of supply chain, what is very important is actually what we call as information visibility, where transparency of information is a very basic foundation for having a high level of visibility in the system. And the last one is called smart contract, where smart contract means that it enables to do what is called self-execution. So it is a self-executing contract. So for example, if everything is already satisfied, if all requirement is already met by a goods, for example, it will be automatically released, without waiting for a real person to actually authorize that release. So that will again speed up the processes. So there are different features that you can see here. What is the difference between traditional custom processes and if you are using blockchain? Yeah. So there are different in terms of documentation, verification, transparency, security, efficiency, for example, where of course with blockchain, all of those aspects that you see here will get improved. So time is getting better on the right side. Visibility is also better on the right side. Risk is also lower on the right side. And also the use of papers and documentation is also lower and simpler on the right side. Yeah. And the last one that I would like to mention here is the use of IoT, Internet of Things. So IoT is basically, I think I mentioned very quickly earlier, it is basically a network of interconnected physical devices. So it put on the physical objects, can be a pallet, for example, or a box of a goods that is put in a box, or maybe a container. So that will be equipped by sensor and then connected to software and other technology. So we can monitor actually the movement. Everything can be monitored through the internet that connected through those physical objects. Among the application of IoT is, for example, smart containers. where, as I mentioned before, the containers can be monitored, not only in terms of location, even in some more smart IoT, I think it also enabled to monitor the temperature, for example, the humidity. If, for example, you are transporting goods that require you to protect the condition of the product, let's say if you are actually moving cold chain items, it is very important to control not only the location, but also the temperature, for example. Container tracking, and also to monitor whether or not there is a security breach in the containers that you are monitoring. So yeah, so security can be also improved by the use of IoT in that sense. So I think that's basically my overview, Pak Yudi. I'm sure there are a lot of overlap between what I'm presenting here and the earlier presentation today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Pujawan, for your presentation. Yeah, we find it many things similar with previous presentation from Pak Rudy and also from Valentina Ferraro. This marks that we have the same idea how to modernize custom and how to modernize the logistic industry in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to offer you some takeouts from Professor Pujawan's presentation. Professor Pujawan, citing the IMF, highlighted the fact that as the world merchandise trade volume increases, custom administrations need to be strengthened. Professor Pujawan also revealed several problems related to customs, which include delay in clearance, misclassification, incomplete and inaccurate declaration, and also compliance risk. We need disruptive technology to deal with these problems. Bearing that in mind, Professor Pujawan suggested that custom administration should embrace emerging technologies such as blockchains and smart contract, predictive analytics, Internet of Things, as well as automation and robotics. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the long-awaited Q&A session. I know you are eager to ask questions to the three presenters. Before that, here are simple rules for this session. I will first invite audience in this room to ask questions, and then I will invite one more question from the audience who attend this conference online. If we still have time, I may allow one more question. Please be brief and restrain yourself to just one question. Please mention to whom your question is directed, and don't forget to mention your name and your affiliation. Now let's have the first question from this room. Any question? Please raise your hand. I know you're not too shy to ask questions. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Amir. I'm from the Directorate General of Treasury. So basically on the theme of a seamless future, I think the main challenge for building a seamless customs is integrating the systems. And one technology that might do it is a blockchain. But I would like to hear more from the speakers on maybe what are the options other than blockchain, or maybe whether it is actually possible to use blockchain to, in the end, creating a truly seamless customs. Thank you.
To all three presenters?
I think to Miss Ferraro, and the other one is to Pak Pujawan.
Pak Pujawan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Ferraro, did you get the question?
Yeah, thank you very much for
Okay.
this question.
Yes.
Indeed, actually, integration of systems and data exchanges are at the core of the efficiency of the adoption of technology. Because what we see is that technologies are multi-layered, so there are different technologies, first of all, and there might be different data. So there is an issue of data harmonization in the way we share the data that are collected through technologies. But also there is a matter of letting these different IT systems to talk to each other, these different IT tools to talk to each other in an ecosystem. This was a word that we heard in the previous presentation as well. So blockchain is one of these elements that is ensuring trust in the data that are captured from the source, so that there is an immutability of the records. Now, in order for this to be, of course, this is allowing a better exchange of this data, because there is this assumption of trust in the original records. But in order to assure this, that this work, first of all, we need to have the different nodes of this network of records that are connected. And there are different blockchains. So the complication is to make the different even blockchain to talk to each other, and the data that are captured in the blockchain to talk to other systems. So it's a complex issue, but we can address it step by step. And interoperability is one of the themes that we believe might be at the core of the future discussions, even in what we are building up for the smart customs community. I hope I answered a little bit your question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ferraro. Professor Pujawan?
Okay, so yeah, agree that data integration is very important, but in my opinion, blockchain cannot do all that we need. For examples, if we want to actually track the moving objects, I think blockchain cannot do that. You need to use IoT. Blockchain also cannot do analytics. I mean, they can record the transaction, but those many transactions actually create data, and you need to pull that data to other application to do analytics. So we need actually a higher level integration platform to integrate multiple applications. So blockchain is one of those applications. Probably when you need to track the moving physical objects, you need to use IoT. When actually you need to analyze the pattern, the anomalies of data, for example, you need to use big data analytics, where the source of data can be supplied by blockchain transaction. So I think that's my view on that.
Thank you, Professor Pujawan. We have one question from online. Pak Irfan from Directorate General of Taxation. Are you with us? Okay, the question is, in light of increasing geopolitical tension and trade disputes, how can WCO help maintain stability and consistency in global custom regulations? And second question, how is WCO addressing the growing complexity of e-commerce and cross-border transaction, especially in terms of ensuring efficient customs processes while minimizing fraud? I think this question for Ms. Ferraro, and perhaps Pak Rudy may add something to this. Yeah, okay, Ms. Ferraro. Did you get the question?
Yeah, yes,
Yes.
yes, I was activating my audio. Thank you very much for this. It is true that we have a complicated objective that is to ensure dialogue among all customs administration that are our member administrations. Now, WCO is a platform for cooperation, first of all. We have different instruments that are and mechanisms that are providing this platform for dialogue. We administer conventions. For example, the revised Kyoto Convention is one of the key tools that is ensuring a harmonization of procedures. So at this level, we ensure that through this dialogue, there is a common understanding of what customs across the globe should be aligned to in terms of practices and procedures and operations. And these, even when geopolitical tensions appear. So we have specific tools then and actions, for example, related to fragile borders and others that are addressing specific tensions in specific contexts. Going to the e-commerce part, I would like to highlight that the WCO has a specific tool for that, that it's more than one tool. It's a framework of standard and related tools, and it's called e-commerce framework of standard. You can have a look at that. There are data models related to that. There are different tools that are connected to this framework of standard in order to better monitor the e-commerce that is growing, and it's one of the trends that we need to cope with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferraro. Pak Rudy, do you have something to add?
Yeah, perhaps I would like to add from the perspective of national interest in that way, especially for the second question, because I think this second question is not only related to WCO as the World Customs Organization that providing the kind of complements or other standards for any customs in the world, but this is also relevant for any customs administration for the sake of national interest. So in that sense, to address the growing complexity of e-commerce and cross-border transaction, I think customs need to collaborate more with the other parties as the theme of this conference is multi-stakeholders collaboration, right? Because we did that in terms of National Logistic Ecosystems Initiative by, of course, we're not only tackling the growing complexity of e-commerce, but it also includes in that sense when we trying to make our Indonesian logistic performance efficient, more efficient than before, by collaborating with other government agencies and other logistic actors, by simplifying the government business processes, and then see the opportunity and shortcomings within all the logistic value chain, and then trying to propose the better system and integrated business process. For instance, like I mentioned in my presentation, using the implementation of single submission of customs and quarantine. We simplifying the customs and quarantine business processes from 10 processes into 3, but in order to still, for customs and quarantine, minimizing the fraud or perhaps the illicit transaction, we use kind of integrated system. And then we do the integrated approach of inspection within the single, what do you call it, the integrated inspection site in seaport and then in airport. So by examining or inspecting together, we have the better perspective, more comprehensive way to safeguard the national interest in terms of security and safety. But the usage of the disruptive technologies, for instance, in this way is a single submission processes. We make it the process more efficient than before. So like this term, ensuring the efficiency in the logistic process. Perhaps I would like to add is choosing the proper technology in that sense. Why we didn't choose blockchain or perhaps at a time omni-channel, but we use the single submission instead? Because we examine that the level of readiness, IT readiness across the government agency is not the same. So we need to choose the proper one, that anyone or any government agency that need to be collaborated within integrated initiative can achieve that target. So they don't have any shortcomings that they cannot deal with. So that's, I think, the important thing when we need to collaborate in order to serve or to provide our nation with the more integrated approach that can deliver the more efficient logistic procedures or border management procedures, while we minimizing fraud by using the proper technology. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Rudy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Q&A session with the three presenters. On behalf of the RTC Indonesia, I would like to convey our highest appreciation to Ms. Valentina Ferraro, Pak Rudy Rahmaddi, Professor Nyoman Pujawan, who has provided us with a valuable perspective on the use of disruptive technologies in custom cosmetics. Thank you very much, Ms. Valentina Ferraro, Pak Rudy Rahmaddi, and Professor Nyoman Pujawan. I hope disruptive technologies can improve logistic performance in Indonesia and also in the Asia Pacific region. Please give a big applause to the three presenters. Before we close this session, I would like to invite the audience to attend another session later today, which will highlight the experience of China and Netherlands customs in utilizing disruptive technologies. And tomorrow, we will also have a plenary session like this, which brings up the theme of partnership, multi-stakeholder collaboration, and coordinated border management. We finally come to the end of our presentation session. I would like to say thanks again to the presenters and all the participants for the informative and interesting talk. And hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for the betterment of global trade. Thank you for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Back to you, Danar and Friska.
Thank you, Bapak Yudi Darmanauli. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, let's take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to our wonderful moderator, Bapak Yudi, for guiding us through such a thoughtful and engaging discussion.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to our moderator and speakers for their valuable contribution today. We kindly ask our moderator, Bapak Yudi and Bapak Rudy, to remain on the stage for a moment as we have a small token of appreciation to present. The token of appreciation will be presented by the Director of RTC Indonesia, Bapak Untarto Wibowo. May we please invite Bapak Untarto Wibowo to the stage.
To start, we would like to present a token of appreciation to our moderator, Bapak Yudi Darmanauli, for skillfully guiding the discussion. Okay, please give a round of applause. For the next, we would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speakers, Bapak Rudy Rahmaddi, for sharing their insights and expertise with us today. Thank you once again to our moderator and speakers for making today's event truly insightful. Let's once again give them a round of applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to our next session, we would like to remind, if you have any questions, you may want to drop your questions regarding the topic via the link provided for the Q&A. And we would like to remind all participants that you have to fill out both the registration and the evaluation form on the link tree so you can get the certificate for today's conference.
Okay, and that's all for the information. We would like moving on to the next session. In this session, we will listen to a sharing session of two invited countries, China and Dutch. The sharing session and discussion will be moderated by Customs and Excise Auditor, Directorate General of Customs and Excise, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Hari Setio Nugroho. It is my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed moderator for today's session. Bapak Hari Setio Nugroho holds a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Informatics Engineering, which he earned in 2009 from the prestigious Institute Teknologi Telkom. He further pursued his academic journey and obtained a Master of Science degree in 2018 from the renowned University of Southampton. With a solid educational background and extensive experience in the field, Bapak Hari Setio Nugroho brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to our discussions today. We are confident that his guidance will lead us to a fruitful and engaging session. Without any further ado, please welcome Bapak Hari Setio Nugroho.
Thank you very much to the MC, Mr. Danar and Mrs. Friska. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the 4th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference. The next session would be the sharing session of best practices from invited countries, which is the aim of this session is for sharing implementation, giving lessons learned and best practices from invited countries regarding to our theme today, building a seamless future through disruptive technology in customs and multi-stakeholder collaboration. There are two speakers that will share their presentation. The first speaker is from the People's Republic of China, and then the second speaker is from the Netherlands. Before starting the presentation, I would like to inform to all participants that each presenter will deliver the presentation in around 20 minutes, and then we will have the total presentation time is for about 40 minutes. And then in the end of the presentation, we will have a discussion session for about 15 minutes. So please write and prepare the questions, and then all participants can ask a question at the end of the presentation session. Now let's begin the sharing session. Without further ado, I would like to greet Mrs. Yu Hongting, Since Mrs. Yu Hongting will give the presentation virtually, I would like to greet Mrs. Yu Hongting. Could you hear me?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Can you hear me?
Okay, I would like to introduce Mrs. Yu Hongting. Mrs. Yu Hongting is from China Customs, General Administration of Customs, Peoples of the Republic of China. She is working as a senior staff member in Passenger Inspection Division, Pudong International Airport Custom House, Shanghai Customs District, China Customs since 2014. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Mrs. Yu Hongting. Mrs. Yu Hongting, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, good afternoon, good day to all the colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yu Hongting from Shanghai Customs District of China Customs, and it is a great honor for me to participate in this 4th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference. I hope everybody can hear me clearly. And today, first, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to the convening of this conference. And my introduction today will be an update on the latest development and deployment of AI-based image analysis, or in short, AIA in China Customs. I'll share the screen to you. Okay. And in recent years, disruptive technologies have brought new opportunities and challenges to customs and relevant government agencies. The international customs community has gradually focused on intelligent transformation and has adopted disruptive technologies in an exploration of a more up-to-date customs governance system. And China Customs is no exception. We want to build a customs administration with forward vision, connectivity, and digitalization. And my introduction today will be divided into 4 parts, including a brief overview of the history of AIA development in China Customs, an introduction to the practice of AIA system in Shanghai Customs District, and the deployment of algorithms with autonomous selection at local customs levels, and also some sharing of our promotion experiences. First, let's look at the history of AIA development. Let's start from this brief history that to promote the integration of AI technology and frontline customs supervision, China Customs has been trying to leverage AI technology for automatic review of scanning images since the year 2017. And we have been continuously investing in the R&D and application of this project. After over 6 years of R&D and practical applications, AIA has now been integrated into the on-site control and inspection process of China Customs. AIA function is also available on over 770 devices, NII devices, including large-scale NII for containers, for vehicles, for trains, and smaller CT scanners for baggage and parcel inspection. And up to now, AIA alarm prompts have assisted in detecting more than 30,000 anomalies, achieving very positive results. We can see from the picture, we have intercepted fruits, meat, bird's nest for quarantine purposes, and also some taxable items like milk powder. And next is about the practice of AIA in Shanghai Customs. The largest container terminal in the world and the 3rd largest airport in the world are both located in Shanghai. Shanghai Customs covers a wide range of business operations and is under significant workload pressure. About only 6% of the human resources in China Customs are in Shanghai Customs, but we undertake about 25% of the total inspection volume. And it has always been our pursuit to make use of the cutting-edge technologies to conduct customs control in a more intelligent way to further promote trade security and facilitation. Therefore, Shanghai Customs is committed to technology-driven reform and innovation, building a smart customs control system. With AI-based image analysis system, big data platform, and the cooperation between customs and port administration, we have managed to conduct non-intrusive inspection and customs clearance in an unmanned and intelligent and non-interrupted manner. Next, I will share some practice of carrying out NII and AI-based analysis at Yangshan Automated Terminal. Yangshan Customs, Shanghai Customs is one of the first customs districts to pilot the application of AIA in 2018. And this AI-based image analysis system was first used in cargo inspection. Then the scope of application was later expanded to the fields of express delivery, cross-border e-commerce, mails and parcels, and passengers baggage inspection. By now, 69 devices in Shanghai Customs are embedded with the AIA function. Last year, over 10.2 million images are analyzed with the help of AI-based image analysis system, and 2,727 anomalies were identified, which has led to 751 cases of seizures of contrabands. And this is the picture of Yangshan Automated Container Terminal. Yangshan Port handles half of the container throughput of Shanghai Port, and the automated container terminal constitutes around 30 to 40% of the workload of Yangshan Port. And the automated container terminal is the largest standalone, fully automated container terminal in the world. In 2023, the container throughput of Yangshan Port reached 25 million TEUs, setting a record high in history. That also means the workload of customs is also on an increase. Therefore, it becomes more urgent for us to harness new technologies to further improve our regulatory efficiencies. And AI-based image analysis is also used in this automated container terminal. Through our cooperation between customs and port administrations, we embed customs instructions into the automated operational system of Yangshan Port. Following the electronic instructions from the customs, the automated guided vehicles, or also known as AGVs, will carry the targeted or selected containers to customs NRI equipment for scanning. The whole process is operated completely unmanned. And the images generated by this scanning equipment are transmitted in real time by optical fiber to the image analysis center, which is located over 30 kilometers away. And the analysis is conducted remotely. And the average analysis time for each image by AI takes only about 5 seconds. The accuracy rate is over 95% for quickly detecting abnormal situations like concealments in low-risk goods declared as one unified specification, false declarations, smuggling of contraband, and so on. The anomalies are automatically identified and alarmed, and it provides reliable support for customs officers, greatly improves our image analysis efficiency and saves human resources. Last year, Yangshan Customs completed non-intrusive inspection of over 124,000 natural containers, more than double the number in 2019, which stood at 58,000 natural containers. To complete such a big volume of inspection, AIA played a vital role. And apart from the goods cargo, AIA is also used at passengers inspections sites. And here we see the picture of Terminal 2 of Pudong International Airport. And it is equipped with 12 CT scanners for baggage inspection with AIA functions. 2 devices are for carry-on luggages in the arrival hall, as you can see on the image in the right side of this slide. And there are other 10 that are located on the check-in luggage carousels for preliminary inspection, meaning that as the check-in luggage appear on the carousel in the arrival hall, they have already been scanned on the logistic line, and the images are already analyzed remotely by our customs officers. These algorithms are trained for the detection of prohibited and main taxable items. If anything suspicious is found in the image, our customs officer will issue a command by pressing a button remotely, then the luggage will be automatically locked with a plastic band or physical lock. Then the on-site customs officer will conduct manual inspection. Luggage with no abnormalities will be released with no action at all. This approach has changed the traditional process of passengers queuing up for customs inspection after retrieving all of their luggage, making customs clearance more efficient and giving passengers a better experience passing through customs without having to putting down and picking up their luggages. In the first half of this year, Pudong International Airport Customs has conducted NII with AIA function of over 5 million pieces of check-in luggage baggage for preliminary inspection. And next, I will show you some cases that we seized. With the help of AII function, we have seized cases of restricted and prohibited items such as illicit drugs, dangerous goods, solid waste, firearm and its accessories, endangered animals and plants, and also exotic pets and so on. And this image shows some prohibited items that are seized in passengers inspection or express inspection sites, including gun sights and ivory bracelets and some stag beetles. Actually, those type of items are very obvious on the images, but since the inspection workload at the airport is very heavy, the AI actually helps customs officers to quickly locate and intercept such targeted items. And this page shows a seizure case on the cargo inspection site, where a machine inspection was carried out on a batch of goods declared as elastic yarn, as shown on the left side. And the AI system alerted that concealment was found. After a manual inspection, 4.2 tons of waste spandex fibers, as shown on the right side of this slide, are seized. It is actually solid waste. And in this case, it is very difficult for human eyes to distinguish the small differences in the image. But the AI system helped to locate the suspicious parts that are different from the historical images with the same declarations, ultimately resulting in a seizure. And to optimize the AI algorithms and further improve our accuracies, Shanghai Customs has established a standard mapping and labeling process. We carry out mapping for typical cases to train algorithms for further self-learning. By optimizing such algorithms, the systems can better identify the low-risk goods with declaration information, as well as detecting high-risk threats without declaration information. So far, we have carried out mapping of 1,841 images covering empty containers, polysilicon waste, lithium batteries, firearms, exotic pets, and etc. and we completed labeling on 49,000 images. Labeling here means that apart from putting new images into the library for machine learning, we should also mark out what is what. For example, in a square, to let the machine learn what is what. If the machine gives you a false alarm, you should give the machine a feedback by labeling what the item actually is. This is the way that the machine can learn and perform better. And next is about the algorithm deployment with autonomous selection. In recent years, China Customs have been actively promoting the research and application of AIA, but have also encountered some difficulties. That is mainly reflected in our bottleneck that occurs when the accuracy reaches a certain level. We're trying to overcome these difficulties in multiple ways to make the system more practical, effective, and user-friendly. The most important way is to classify algorithms and allow room for autonomous selection at local levels. And I hope this experience can provide some reference for your customs organizations. And GICC has conducted some pilot project of deployment of algorithms with autonomous selections in more than 20 regional customs districts, and Shanghai Customs is one of them. Basically, the autonomous selection of algorithms means to give regional customs the authority to choose and deploy algorithms based on the practical situation of the district, on the basis of the overall management and scientific classification on the GACC level. GACC requires a set of algorithms to be deployed as must-haves. And apart from those must-have algorithms, the regional customs district can determine the specific algorithms to be applied based on their practical situations and make dynamic adjustments. Simply put, the deployment of algorithms is no longer about making additions. Regional customs now have the right to make subtractions, such as each customs district can take out algorithms that are not applicable to the site with very high false alarm rates. The algorithms can be relaunched after comprehensive evaluation and optimization. And after 2 rounds of pilot, we have significantly improved the accuracy of our algorithms on different devices and in different business fields by about 5 to 8% on average. And the basic principle of autonomous selection is to manage AIA with risk management concepts. It is a combination of unified deployment at GACC level and autonomous selection at a local district level. In terms of big unification, GACC coordinates the management and classification of algorithms and deploy mature algorithms with accuracy of over 95%. And in terms of small autonomy, each regional customs conducts research of suitable algorithms. Each customs district is given a certain degree of diversity to apply specific suitable algorithms to their own needs and make independent and reasonable adjustments. And I will quickly go through some of the experiences we want to share. First is that we established an expert group for support to assist local customs districts in their adjustment of algorithms and loading, monitoring, and evaluation of the effect. And second is we built an information sharing platform that local customs can quickly communicate with GACC. And third is that we made an evaluation mechanism that we encourage local customs districts to develop algorithms on their own, and then experts will conduct evaluations if it is worth replication, it would be promoted nationwide. And next is the result of an achievement in our alarm accuracy. Due to the adjustments of the classification of algorithms, it becomes more practical at local levels. So the accuracy for container or vehicle NRI equipment has increased by about 5%. And the false alarm rate has decreased by 8%. For CT scanners, the accuracy rate is up by 6% on average, and the false alarm rate is down by 5% on average. And by putting the algorithms in autonomous selection, the hardware computing power actually gets freed and gets freed up and improve the efficiency of AIA operations. And last but not least, China Customs is committed to utilizing the power of disruptive technology to explore more advanced control and inspection of customs. And we are willing to explore the possibility of cooperating with other fellow customs administrations on the topic of smart customs and in terms of projects like AI-based image analysis and other projects. We wish to promote global facilitation and security through our cooperations. And that's all for my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Yu Hongti, for your wonderful presentation. So I would like to highlight some of important points that has been shared by Mrs. Yu Hongti, that we have to deploy some of the devices that needed for image recognition. And then we need to prepare for the storage, because the image that captured from the devices is a very huge amount of image. So the storage should be prepared and should be adequate for that purpose. And then the network connection. Since we have learned that the systems will send the image in a real-time connection, and then it takes like 30 kilometers in the distance, so the network connection should be adequate to send a real-time data. And then the importance of mapping and labeling image data before the image is processed, and then maintaining the knowledge of the implementation of algorithm, because no one algorithm that can fit for all of the use cases. So we have to maintain the knowledge to implement the correct algorithm for our implementation. So we will move to the next presentation. I would like to invite Mrs. Gustav Fischer to come forward. Okay, I would like to introduce Ms. Gustav Fischer. Ms. Gustav Fischer gained in-depth knowledge of customs legislation, customs organization, technology, and automation, and had been working in customs with 27 years of experience within various customs department at the Customs Administration of the Netherlands. And then Mrs. Gustav Fischer also completed her master degree in Dutch law and fiscal law in the University of Leiden. And currently, she works as customs attaché at the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Gustav Fischer.
Thank you. And I hope you do allow me to stand on the stage.
Yes.
I always like it to move a little bit around. It gives me also an opportunity to look a little bit better in well, this room. And I know way more people are on the screen participating as well. And let me start by thanking DGCE and the Training Center for inviting me and to speak about some of the experiences of the Customs Administration of the Netherlands. It is a very, very interesting conference. Only the first morning, so that's promising for the rest of the conference. So thank you so much to be able to share something. Although I realize I have a difficult task just before lunch, everybody must be hungry, must be awaiting the lunch. So I hope I will be able to have an attractive presentation for you and some valuable information sharing from Dutch Customs side. I will be sharing, I have been asked to share about real-time information system as we use it in the Netherlands. But I have been, asked to broaden the presentation a little bit and more to share about our journey in becoming a data-driven organization. And that connects very much to the very first question which was raised this morning. I think it was at the table over there. Because we realized as a Customs Administration of the Netherlands that we also were working on a lot of technologies, disrupting technologies, and all these technologies gave us data, but it somehow was a kind of difficult to integrate it all. And I think by now we are at a stage that that's the most important thing we are working on, and which we hope will bring us a step further. If we can go to the next slide, if possible. Yeah. The slides are not as expected. So now I see a very strange picture. It's supposed to be a rounding wheel sharing the presentation, but that doesn't matter. We will come out of it. But what I wanted to say about the pictures on the screen, although you now have to, well, move a little bit around perhaps to see it correctly, they show a couple of our techniques as well, which we have in the Netherlands. As a lot of customs administrations, of course, we realized long time ago that the world was changing and that confronted customs as well. So our journey in becoming a data-driven organization started somewhere around 2014, where we realized that the amount of goods crossing borders increased tremendously. And we realized that this would change even more in the years to come. So in 2014, the Customs Administration of the Netherlands worked on a vision, which we called Pushing Boundaries. And our vision was that we have 100% supervision of all the goods passing our borders. And at the same time, and we heard it in presentations before as well, customs is also about facilitation and about having as little as possible logistical interventions for the companies who deserve it. There was quite a challenge. This 100% of supervision, but then also the trade facilitation part in it. In our vision, we said we used to be, customs used to be also always, having the customs declaration as the starting point in risk management, in deciding which goods to be selected or not. But we realized back then that, well, of course, there is the stream of goods passing the borders, that there's also a lot of data available. And in pushing boundaries, our vision, we said we have to combine it. So we have to use the data available and to make sure, okay, which stream do we have and how many data and how many information do we have in each stream. So that's why in this vision we divided the trusted traders, from which we have a lot of information, trusted trade lanes, so a full lane, where we expect to have a lot of data, a lot of information, and unknown traders. And in all these streams, there is data, but the amount of data differs. And how much data you have, the more data you have, the better you can have your risk management done. So that's the vision out of which we worked. And around the same time, an EU program started, the CORE project. That was a project financed by the European Union, and it was from 2014 till 2018. And this program was about logistics and customs processes to make it more efficient. And it was also a public-private cooperation. Two elements were in it. Data was an important element to find out what kind of data and how can data help the customs, but also logistics, to have more supply chain visibility. And the project was also about the goods integrity. So where we previously heard also about Internet of Things, the smart seals, container integrity and those kind of things, those were also an important part of the core project. But if we go to the next slide, there we see that the data will be circled, and that's of course what I will share a little bit more today. So if we go to the next slide, the data in the core project, so that was from 2014 till 2018, were about the data quality. Because of course there is a lot of information available, but what is the quality of the data? And that contains the completeness of data, the correctness of data, but also to receive the data timely. And another element which was in this project was the fact that it is best to receive the data from the source. Well, that's a little bit in the data projects what was in core. And there were a lot of participants from EU countries. So a lot of projects were taking place. And also the Netherlands had a participation in a couple of the projects. And our main focus was about the supply chain feasibility, in which we as customs participated together with business, because that's what we realized. With the trusted traders and in the trusted trade lane, there are a lot of companies who are willing to share if they see the benefits out of it. So that was in the project that we really wanted to look, okay, where do we find each other by sharing the information from business side and, well, having more insights for business, which is also helpful for customs and smooth well, crossing the borders. Another element which we participated in as well, and that was one of the elements which I was asked to share a little bit more about today as well, was the real-time information system, which was called CRIS, and which was a dashboard with a lot of information, which was helpful to well, online open source information, but also the information from the source, all put in one dashboard which gives, at the moment that the goods will cross the border, in one view, if it is okay, if the goods can proceed, or if a check is needed. So that was the project we have been working on, which is not now in production, because we evolved and we found out at that time, the time was not yet there, and the techniques were not yet there, that we were really able to implement it fully. So if we go to the next slide. Well, world continued. It's really funny to see the boat upside down on this picture. But the world evolved and developments continued. I can't beat the figures of my previous speaker, the figures which were shared by Shanghai. But also the figures in the Netherlands are, I think, quite impressive. 1/3 of all the goods coming in or going out or passing the EU pass the Netherlands. We have, since last year, we have 1.4 billion declarations, customs declarations a year. So that's really due to the e-commerce, which was discussed previously, but also the Brexit, which we faced in Europe, a lot of declarations. But at the same time, we also have to acknowledge the illicit trade, which is also taking place. And illicit trade is also often using the smooth logistic in countries. So it is still a balance which we have to work on in facilitation, but also the supervision. And the balance needs to reach this 100% supervision which is needed. So around 2019, 2020, Dutch Customs said, we need to become data-driven. So it is not about one technology, or it is not about one solution. No, it is about all the data coming from all the techniques, technologies, declarations, and we have to make sure to integrate all the data. So that was around 2019, 2020. And if we go to the next slide. What is for customs then becoming a data-driven organization? With data-driven, we say that all our decisions, so that's the decision about the goods passing the border, but also the decision about do we need new staff or not. All our decisions are based on complete, correct, and timely information. And due to the fact that we have a consistent recording of data, this data will be translated into usable insights, and the management has reliable information which they can use for continuous improvement. Because we realize today is today, but tomorrow is the future, and we have to be prepared for the future. So we have to continue to improve the work. So this is the definition we work out, and if we go to the next slide, there are 4 main tracks in which we said it's important to be prepared in these 4 tracks to become a data-driven organization. The first one, a very important one, that's the customs digital highway. As mentioned, 1.4 billion customs declaration. Well, there you need really an infrastructure, a highway, which is capable to process all these declarations. because the declarations, that's a important part of the data which we use. So yeah, the infrastructure has to be in place. So that's one which we worked on. The improved information position, that's regarding the real-time information system. So I will talk a little bit more on that in a next slide. If we can go back to the previous slide, because I do want to address the other one, the information management, open and in order. This means that we have to justify everything which we do to society, but also to our parliament. And that asks also specific elements of our organization, and therefore a specific element to look into. And data management is also in the next slide a little bit more. So now we can go to the next slide, where I will share a little bit more about this improved information position, which starts with a data platform. So a platform which enables data to come together. This data platform makes sure, or has to make sure, that the data from all kinds of sources is collected or at least usable. So that's from internal sources, the declarations, for example, but also our physical inspections, the results of that. All has to come together, because that's what we noticed. Sometimes we have a lot of systems. I think it's here in Indonesia and in other countries the same. You have a lot of systems, but sometimes it is difficult to connect all the information out of all the different systems and applications. The information position is making it possible that all the information is collected through this information position. But it's not only the internal information, it's also the external information. And all kinds and types of data. So a scan image should be feasible through the data platform, but also a recording, for example. When it's interesting, it is possible to collect and process this data via the information position. And finally, when you have all this information, all this different kind of information, it has to be usable for the users. And I am a different kind of user than my analyst colleague who is working on algorithms. So the platform is capable to serve me, but also the analyst colleagues. So the information position, which we still are implementing, is about information, about data, but also about the analytics which is needed for all kind of users. If we go to the next slide, very important regarding data is also the data management, because so many different types of data, so many different users of the data, then you have to have some internal rules, what and how to collect, to process, and to use data. That's in the program of the data governance that we use. But also the data literacy is very important. If I go back 27 years ago, I came to customs. It was in the same month. I started in, next month, November. The world was completely different. Data was used in a completely different way. So the colleagues from my age, but also other colleagues, we are not trained in using the data as it is usable now. So Dutch Customs is really paying a lot of attention to reschool all customs officers in a at least basic level of data use and data knowledge. If we have arranged that, then more colleagues are able to say something also about the data quality and improve the data quality. Another important element is that you need to have a data catalog so that it is possible to find the data and that it is to be used. And finally, in the Netherlands, it's also, and it's not specifically in the Netherlands, but very important to the algorithms which we have developed and used. We have to be very responsible in using the algorithms. Algorithms shouldn't take over, but it should assist in that way, and therefore we have a government-brought project also working on that element. So those are the steps which we take in becoming a data-driven organization. But of course, we have still some challenges to work on. And on the next slide, I mentioned the challenges and, well, where we are working on right now. And one of the challenges is the overwhelming amount of data. If I ask one of my colleagues in a national targeting center, telling them what kind of data do you need to do a good risk management, everything. Well, that's not the case, of course. We should be very clear what kind of data is needed. And that is something which we do in cooperations, nationally, but also internationally. So that's what we are working on. A very important one is what I explained, the education of the colleagues of customs to become more data aware and to make sure that the whole organization has a basic level of data knowledge, so to say. So that's a very important part we work on. And the last element, which is very important nowadays for Dutch customs as well, is, well, the external data. It was also mentioned in previous presentation and questions. The interoperability, I find it a difficult word, but it's very important. So we are working on a BDI, basic data infrastructure, which makes it possible to collect external data in an open and neutral platform, which is event-driven, looks for the source, but is also capable to understand data. And I think that's a very, very important one as well, because it has a semantic modeling in it, which makes it possible that some words in some part of the logistics are also understandable for other organizations. We used to do really the data modeling. So in each cooperation, a data modeling was necessary. With the use of this semantic modeling in the BDI, it is not needed to have a specific data modeling or harmonization in it. But of course, that's still a lot of work to continue on. And one very important one as well, the last one, the data is always still with the data owner. So the data owner decides who is able to see and use his or her data. Well, these are some of the elements we are still working on to become a full data-driven organization. And when we finish these, there will be other elements, because it is always a continuous learning process, I think. And that was about it, I think, for me. Or did I have another slide? No. Oh, yes, the contact details. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gustav Visser, for your wonderful presentation. And I would like to emphasize to some of the important elements that you have presented, which is the establishing of the vision of the organization, and then make sure that the data quality is complete and correct, and then creating a real-time dashboard to produce usable insight, and then managing information for continuous improvement, and then the importance of sharing knowledge. Okay, that's the end of our second presentation. So I would like to open a discussion session. The discussion session would be consist of one questions from the offline participant and one question from the online participants. Okay, Mr. Amir on the right side.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I am particularly interested in the presentation from Ms. Yu Hongting. So basically, from my opinion, the challenge in applying image classification or recognition in the custom sector is the kind of goods or the classes can be very numerous, and this might increase the load of the machine learning or the AI that you need to do, and also might lower the accuracy. So I was very impressed when I see that the system that's being built in China can reach the accuracy of 95%. So firstly, I want to clarify whether the system that was being used, is it the main focus is like a binary classification of which goods is contraband or prohibited and taxable items versus the one that is allowed, or is it like what I imagine a very complicated multi-classification system? And if it is a very complicated multi-classification systems, I want you to share more on how did you manage to build it. And the second point that I find is quite interesting is that how you tailored your regional customs to be able to customize the model, the machine learning or the AI that you use for the image classifications in the regional context. In my opinion, the IT talent can be very rare and can be very expensive, and it's probably hard to have them in all of your regional office. So how did your customs manage to build or tailor that kind of system? Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Yu Hongting, are you with me?
Yeah, I will try to answer your questions. First, I would like to first explain that there are actually two kinds of algorithms that we are in use. One is to intercept those high-risk threats without any declaration information that's being applied automatically. And the other is the recognition algorithm. When they hit the with the declaration information and the specification is triggered, these algorithms will be put into use. So basically, there are two types of algorithms working, and we are sure faced with some questions like problems like the accumulating intercepting algorithms with the stacking up false alarm rates. So that's why we apply the autonomous selection rule. So the regional customs districts can choose whether some algorithms are not that common or does not perform very well on their practical application. Then they can take off and then to improve their accuracy. But there are some algorithms that are must-haves that are required by DGCE, such as those recognition rates are very high, like over 95%. These are must-haves. And regarding the R&D issue, we are also aware of that. So we set up the expert team. Whether local customs want to improve the algorithm or develop an algorithm by themselves, they will report to the expert group, and the expert group will assess the situation and evaluate whether this custom is doing nothing replicated by another customs. So there's no repeating efforts. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Next, we have a question from the online participant. So the question is, China, very interesting presentation, especially what AI can do to improve efficiency and accuracy. Just a question for China, how do they use AI in the parcel post clearance, talking about millions of entry? There, Ms. Yu, could you answer the questions?
Yeah, thank you, Fiji. I saw your question and remarks in the chatting box. Thank you for your interest. And again, this is a classification of the two kinds of algorithms I just mentioned. One is to intercept, and the other is to recognize with declaration information. So for us in China Customs, parcel post does not normally come with declaration information. And then the algorithms are mainly used to target those prohibited items or some very common types of taxable items. But for express inspection sites, they have these very clear declaration information. So first, the algorithms will check if the actual situation conforms to the declaration information. And the other thing is to intercept those prohibited items. These are how we are doing it. And again, like our Dutch customs attaché just mentioned about the responsible use of data, we are also applying the responsible use of AI. So AI currently is only in assisting role in our decision-making process. It is still up to the customs officer to make the final decision.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yu. Okay, this is the end of our discussion session. I would like to say thank you for all the speakers that has contributed to the presentations today. I hope that we can learn from the presentation and then can improve our custom service around the world. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to the MC.
Thank you, Bapak Hari, for leading us in such a fruitful discussion.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to our moderator and speakers for their valuable contribution today. We kindly invite again Bapak Hari and Ms. Gusta to come to the stage as we have a small token of appreciation to present. The token of appreciation will be presented by the Director of International Affairs, DGCE, Ibu Anita Iskandar. May we please invite Ibu Anita Iskandar to the stage.
Okay, to start, we would like to present a token of appreciation to our moderator, Bapak Hari Setyo Nugroho, for skillfully guiding the discussions. And we would like also to extend our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speakers, Ms. Gusta Fischer, for sharing their insights and expertise with us today. Please give a round of applause for Ms. Gusta Fischer. Ms. Gusta, we have another token of appreciation for you. From DGCE. Okay, please give a round of applause for Ms. Gusta once again. Thank you once again to our moderator and speakers for making today's event truly insightful. Once again, let's give them a final round of applause. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break for about 40 minutes before we continue our next agenda. But before that, let's get to know more about Indonesia by watching Indonesian traditional dance. Muli Bekipas dance is a traditional dance originating from Lampung, Indonesia, known for its graceful and expressive movements. The word muli means girl in the Lampung language, while Bekipas refer to the use of a fan during the performance. This dance symbolizes the elegance, beauty, and hospitality of Lampung women. This dance performed by flexible dancing space Veta. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy.
Okay, give a round big of applause once again for Muli Bekibas Dance that performed by Flexible Dancing Space Vita. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. We will now take a 40-minute breaks. Lunch has been prepared and is available just outside this room. So please feel free to help yourself and enjoy the meal.
After the break, we will continue with the presentation of selected submitted papers, which will be divided into 2 rooms. Room 1 will be in the mezzanine main hall, and room 2 will be in mezzanine 2. The paper that will be present each room will be shown on the screen. Okay, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Okay, and just for your information, for the lunch, you can only having lunch outside this room. Okay, so because we preparing this room for the next session. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, we will be two breakout room for paper presentation. Room 1 is in this mezzanine hall, and for the paper presentation room 2, it will be on mezzanine hall 2. I'm sorry, mezzanine meeting room 2. Actually, just go outside from this room and you can go to the left. Yes, before the library of Ministry of Finance. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you had a pleasant lunchtime. We will now like to kindly inform that the lunchtime has come to an end and we will be resuming for the next event shortly. Please take your seat as we are about to continue with the next agenda. Thank you for your attention and we look forward to having you back with us. And for the next agenda, there will be two breakout rooms. The first room is in here in Mezzanine Hall, and the second room is in Mezzanine 2, meeting room. Actually, just you can just go outside from this room, then go to the left. There will a room before Ministry of Finance library. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the agenda shortly. So please be seated. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, I'm Danar. It's good to see you again. Welcome back to our first day at the 4th World Customs Organization Regional Training Center Indonesia International Conference, Building a Seamless Future Through Disruptive Technologies in Customs and Multi-Stakeholder Collaboration. Give a round of applause for us today. Wow, and ladies and gentlemen, let's continue our conference. Let's continue our journey today. At this international conference, RTC Indonesia has also organized a call for paper event since July 2024 to gather new ideas and insight about building a seamless future through disruptive technologies in customs and multi-stakeholder collaboration. The committee accepted numerous interesting papers on that topic. So now we would like to convey our appreciation for your contribution to the paper submitted for presentation. And for this special season, the presentation of selected submitted papers will be moderated by Bapak. Can you show the screen for the rundown? Okay, for the room 1, the moderator will be Mr. Tagara Primadista from DGCE, and room 2 will be moderating by Mr. Hari Setyo Nugroho, also from DGCE. So please welcome Mr. Tagara Primadista.
Test. Okay, thank you. Should I take from here? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have a pleasant lunch. And yes, sorry to be here with the person that will, let's say, lead this this occasion after you having your lunch. So I hope everything is still going to be interesting. But I believe personally that this paper that has been selected is quite interesting. So I hope you will be also enjoying in discussion. And also, I will also encourage more discussion. So I hope from the presentation side, it will not take more than 15 minutes, okay? So we are a bit behind schedule and we got a lot of ground to cover here. So I hope the presentation could be done in no more than 15 minutes. So we will have more time to discuss because I believe the paper that will be present is quite interesting. So, without further ado, let me introduce our first, who is it? The first paper, Yova, you'll be the first presentation, please. Okay, Yova will be presenting about the HS classification related matter, right? Okay, so without any further delay, just to speed up time, and let me remind you, we will have 15 minutes, no more, okay? So we can have more discussion from the audience. Thank you, please.
May I sit? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, fellow researchers, and all participants. Totally, it's an honor for me to be here, especially with you, Mr. Tagara. And today I will express about the paper entitled HH Code Recommendation. I think this is the topic that crucial for us, especially for those who are specialized in customs field. Totally, we are familiar with the harmonized system code. But this project will talk a lot in building the model to classify the codes of the HS code based on the given description. Next. Okay, several years ago, especially since 2019, when the COVID-19 strike, we have to adopt a new approach, especially for the business. And the past decade, we witnessed that a remarkable transformation when the business changed how they operate from the traditional approach to modern way, and especially when they engage or interact with their consumer. This rapid growth of online transaction shift the concept of consignment goods. Maybe in 20 or 30 years ago, the consignment goods were related to something more non-commercial, like sending a gift for our loved one or for our family. But today, the consignment goods totally is dominated the activity for commercial purposes, or profit-oriented activities. As we can see on the screen, there are data from Statista. In 2022, 5 of 10 fastest growing retail country in the world are in Southeast Asia. So in Indonesia, amongst the countries, gain increasing growth in more than 30%, while average worldwide, it's only 10%, less than 10%. So it's more than 3 times, right? So is it a good or bad news? Well, actually, it depends on how we handle the things, because this e-commerce give opportunity for our small and medium enterprises to gain global market benefits. And as we can see for the previous year, the small and medium enterprises contributed around 60% of our GDP. So totally, it's good news for us. But we cannot overlook the potential risks, especially it depends on how we promote this development of its regulation to support transaction fairness. So we have a lot of tasks to keep up with the technological advancement. And the limitation on physical and digital infrastructure, finance, how we apply a tax rate on this new concept is another task for us. So only those who can achieve or address this challenge can be better placed amongst the country. And as customs specialists, we depend on harmonized system. Next slide, please. We regulate the trade of flow of goods using a harmonized system code, and it is introduced since 1988, were managed by WCO, and since then, there are more than 200 countries has adopted this system, and it's around 98% of international merchandise trade. So it's almost everything in the world use this system. But this classification or this system is important for us, not only for the government. Maybe for government, we use HS code to apply tariff rate or to apply non-tariff barrier like permit, license, and so on and so forth, or maybe for trade statistics. But for private sectors, they need adequate knowledge of harmonized system to expedite their customs processes, so they can avoid dwelling time that takes so long, and they can avoid the fee or fines for applying wrong code. So the knowledge or the deep understanding of harmonized system is so important for us, both public and private sector. And next slide, please. But there are several challenges in applying a harmonized system. And there are three constraints. The first one, the nature of the complexity of the harmonized system. We can see on the screen that harmonized system itself consists of 21 sections and 99 chapters. And we have to take into our consideration about the nodes, the rules, the general term of harmonized system, and other things like structure of the HS code to master this system. And it's so arduous way to run this harmonized system. And the other things is the evolving nature. We have to adapt the change in goods, especially globally, and we have to revise the harmonized system at least 5 year, once at 5 year. It's for a worldwide classification in 6-digit level. But in 8-digit, 10, or maybe 12, it takes more frequent to change the code. So this adapt capability of the HAs contributes to the complexity of the harmonized system. And the last, the main challenge, the gaps in terminology. We cannot search just the single string to find the right code in the detailed HS code. On the screen, you can see that the ketchup dispenser, well, actually, it's we got a lucky example that there is a similar string ketchup dispenser for this classification, stand for 392410. And in subheading 10, there is a ketchup dispensers, but most of the items have no same description as the description of the goods. So this, therefore, on this project, I will try to build a model that can classify goods based on given description by the stakeholder, or this term is importers. Please, you can go to next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So this project employ CRIPS DM. It stands for Cross Industry Standard Process for Data Mining. It's a wide framework to use in employing data with the project and using the data analytic project. And the data that I use on this project is from 2022 to the midst of 2024. And we know that SS code contains thousands of codes, like in 10-digit is 99, and on the national 8-digit level in Indonesia, it's around 30 to 14 thousands codes. So it's a lot of classes in this project. And because we handle the description based on the given description from the importers, we have to clean and normalize the data. Especially, we have to refine the data so the model can read the data to classify the goods. There are several models that I explore on this project. The first one is multinomial naive Bayes, and the second, it's logistic regression. The third, random forest and linear SFC. These selected models that I explore on this project is based on the case of this harmonized system code. The first one, it contains multi-class object, and the second one, we have classification case. So this four model can be used to classify the data. Next. It is the flow of the project. The initial data set, it consists of 999K, with two features. First one is the description of the commodity, and the other one is HH code. And the data that I use on this project, it's all of them from official assessment, because we have to make sure the quality of the data.
Sorry, could you speed it up? You got 5 minutes.
Okay. So we have imbalanced data set on the right side, you can see, but it's on the two-level digit chapter. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the performance. In assessing the performance of the machine learning models, the first figure provides insight into its model means accuracy across 5-fold cross-validation. In conclusion, the most favorable model is linear SFC with mean for 74%. And for the other figure on the left side, we can see there is a diagonal line that depict the performance of the model. So the model can successfully classify the goods based on the description given. But there are several constraints in this model as well, like there are codes that model cannot predict, especially for those with similar description. Next one. This is the conclusion. This project has demonstrated strong potential in automating harmonized system by significantly improving customs operation efficiency and achieve 74% accuracy. I believe even though there are several constraints that I face and the model show, it can be as a baseline to improve this model, especially for automating the classification of the goods. And for the future, because we have to make the model generalize the pattern and data, we have to use various commodity. We have to make all of the classes on the HX code, 14,000 codes, to train the data, to train the model, so the model can explain and classify the goods for all of the goods in HX code. Next. I think that's all for us. For me, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's give a round of applause for Yova. Very good and on-time presentation. Appreciate that. So I believe, let me give some comment first. So this is a very interesting topic actually. Everywhere in the world, custom has the same problem related to the HS classification. So if I say, you think about it yourself? Is your own idea?
No, actually we work on a team and we have several, like another project data analytic. We have data engineer, we have data analysis, we have the one who responsible in doing the documentation and so on and so forth. So I don't work it alone, but in order to make this into a documented scientific journal, so I make it on the scientific journal.
Okay, so yes, because the result is quite remarkable in my opinion. 74% is significant. That's why I asked him. So it's clear that this is something that has to be done together. It's not like something that's from like the data scientists alone. There have to be another implementation on the system and so on. So yeah, I think you should make the paper with several people, I think, yeah, not just one, just to make it more comprehensive. So not just regarding to the 74%, but also for the others, let's say, how is the implementation, how is the real effect. Okay, let me give opportunity first to the question from the floor. Any takers, please? Oh, yes, please, sir. You may say your name and from where, I mean, if you are from the Ministry of Finance, what Directorate General are you? And please have the question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Ivan. I'm from DGCE, Directorate of Narcotic Interdictions. I have two brief questions. The first one is, so we know that the HS code in our organization is based on self-assessment systems. So how will this model adjust with that approach? That's the first question. And the second one, as Mr. Moderator said, that 74% is quite significant. But coming from yourself, are you already satisfied with that number? Especially this is regarding with the government revenue coming from the customs duty, especially. Is 74% is enough for you? Thank you.
Okay, please. You can just question, and then you can also straightly give the response.
Okay. Can you show the 5th page of my slide? Oh. The slides, please. Yeah, there's one. Okay, for the first question. I believe the next one, the 6th. Okay, for the first question, the data that I use for this project is official assessment from our customs officer. So we have customs officer that specialize in reviewing the document, right? And I use all of the data from the commodity description and the SS codes based on the official assessment. And that's right. The main thing on dealing the textual data is the data itself. If we have the wrong input, it will be wrong in the building the model. So in order to avoid that thing, I use the official assessment from our customs officer. I think it's for the first question. And for the second, the accuracy for 74%, I think it's quite good enough because we cannot afford the higher level of accuracy, because having a model that is too performant is not always a good thing. Because the main thing to use the model, we have to make or to build a model that can generalize the pattern of the data. So we cannot to make it too high on the accuracy level, because it can be a marker of overfitting. So the overfitting issue is when the model tries to recognize all the pattern but cannot generalize the pattern. And if we try to make the accuracy higher than before, it will be an issue when the new data come into our system. So I think 74% is quite good enough, and 70% is something that normal, and I think it's quite good for the machine learning model. Thank you.
Okay, I think I agree on that. 70% is, yeah, because if it goes higher than that, the overfitting, even though 74% is a unique question, that 70%, 74%, is it overfitting? Could it be that high? That's the question. But maybe that's for another research, the next research that will be done. Maybe next year we can find another higher number, perhaps. And then, sorry, do we have anything from the online? Do we have any question from the online? No? No. Okay, so I give another round to the offline. Please, sir. You mentioned your name, and oh wait, the mic is on the way. 1, 2, 3, yeah, that's the mic. Please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Amir. I'm from the Directorate General of Treasury. So I have several questions, but are more like comments and doesn't need to be answered. But basically, first thing first, because the accuracy is still 74%, which is quite good, but I mean, still, you definitely want it to be higher. Have you considered of using another data to complement it? Like, I don't know, maybe the image of the data, like combine the model, something like that, with from the text data and the image data, using two models for the prediction. And secondly, based on the model that you have evaluated, have you tried like isolating the error? Like maybe the error are mostly coming from a certain HS code. So if that's true, then maybe you just can't just exclude the data, and like, I don't know, for those kind of HS code, you can just manually label it by the officials. And the third one is, that if I understand it correctly, the data is based on the official assessment, which I assume is already something like cleansed or verified by the officials in the customs. So let's say that what if the data is directly coming from the exporter or importer, especially when they're trying to make the description not exactly as what the goods being exported or imported is? Do you think it will affect your models? Thank you.
Okay, for the first question about employing image for the for classifying the goods, well, actually there are several previous tasks that we have to consider first, especially in labeling the data, because we need in building this model. I asked several custom specialists, especially for classifying the goods, and it's based on the rules. Is we have a lot of rules in classifying the goods, and that's the first step. And totally, it's this project is exploration project, and I submit this project on this event to gain insight or input from all of us in here. And of course, using the image will be beneficial for us, especially to make the classifying in goods is more correct than before. But there are several constraints, especially in Indonesia, like how to label the data, the picture of the goods in the tools or CT scan that we have. And there are several hardware constraints that I face to develop the semi-supervising learning, because we have to combine image product and the textual data. It's semi-supervising learning. I think it's for the first question. And honestly, I cannot get your second question, but so I will move to the last one. It's about employing a data from other than customs assessment. There are several previous studies that conducted from across the globe that use data from shipper, and the data from public data. But the main thing to build a model that can generalize the data, especially if you want to use it in real life, we have to make sure the quality of data. If we use the data from our stakeholder, like importers, there is a chance that they will use the misleading description of their goods, imported goods. So therefore, I use the official assessment to build this model. And for the second question,
Pak Amir, could you please repeat the second question? Yeah, that's the mic. Yeah. I think Jova is interested with your second question.
Okay, thank you. Basically, for the second question is like, have you tried isolating your error or like finding patterns in your error? Maybe the errors are mostly coming from a certain HS code. So if that were the case, then maybe your prediction model is just use it to predict the other HS code. But for a certain HS code where it generates the most error, maybe the customs officers later can do the labeling manually when this model is finally deployed.
Is it possible, you think?
Yeah, I think it's possible to give feedback for this model when the model give an output of the classifying goods. And I think it will be done when we deploy this model in our system. But to give feedback, I think there are several steps that I have done before completing this project, is asking for the specific or customs specialists in reviewing the data, especially the goods and harmonized system code. And I talk a lot with them, especially for those on the field, because they know a lot about harmonized system code better than me. So I think that's all that I can provide for you.
Okay, I think if you have any other question, just please contact him. You have his email, right? In Kemenkeu, yeah? You can email him. And let's say if you want to have any discussion. So let's give a round of applause for Yova and his presentation. Thank you very much. Well, hopefully see you again next year with some other guys in the team, because usually paper is made in team, yeah? No, normally it's you, because it will be more comprehensive. And then we would like to invite the second team, please, the presentation. The second team. Oh yes, please. The second team will be regarding, wow, this is one hot topic. Everyone is talking about this. Please step aside, please. Related to blockchain, so enhancing customer risk management, utilizing blockchain to mitigate illegal trade and promote fair commerce. Correct? Yeah, that's your team. Yeah. Please have a seat. Who will have the presentation? Or you want to do the presentation like in turn? Please. Who will give the presentation? Okay, you can do it, but I'll give you 15 minutes. So please, 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Please.
Let me check. Okay, please show the slide. Okay, thank you for the time. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. Nowadays, we know that through a border, people and also good movement, and also globalization, and also a rapid development of informatics and also technology sector, you know, customs in across the world face a big challenge in terms of mitigating the illegal trading and also promoting fair commerce. It will be a restless effort conducting by the all custom officer all around the world to tackle this issue. And it is great honor to be here. My name is Shifa Abdurrahman, and my friend here is Mr. Amer, Mr. Alvin Nabila, and also Ms. Rida Rahmaddi come from DG Treasury and also DG Custom and Excise. We will be thrilled to present our paper about enhancing custom risk and management, utilizing a blockchain to mitigate illegal trade and also promote fair commerce. So, next slide, please. Now, let's take a look about our outline in my paper. The first one is introduction, which is my part, and the next one, literature review and also methodology, will be presented by Ms. Rida. And we have finding and discussion will be presented by Ms. Alvin Nabila, and also the last one, conclusion and recommendation, will be presented by Mr. Amer. So, next slide, please. So the background for our research is about we have rising challenges for a custom authority. So we address the growing complexity in the international trade and are putting a pressure on custom administration. So streamlining trade while addressing non-compliant and illegal activity will be a key issue in this our topics. And also Indonesia trades data, we face like discrepancies. Indonesian custom is facing challenge with discrepancy in import-export data, including potential illegal textile imports, which is we have assumed come from China. And also we have the importance of goods tracing, such as in DG, Custom and Excise have a program that called Bonded Zone, KB, or Duty Drawback, like KITE. It is crucial to prevent misuse and protect the state revenue. So from this particular program, we will have like implementing a blockchain for securing as a solution, as a mitigation. So we know that blockchain technology offers like decentralization of the data recording and also tamper-proof system that enhance the security of the data, transparency, and also traceability in custom process in the government. And also, we have a study from the global adoption and also its benefit from around the world, like such as in country in Argentina, Uruguay, and also South Korea, that quite have a successful implementation about the blockchain in customs area. So this is have some potential to improve the global trade efficiency and also the data integrity itself. Next, please. And in this paper, we have 3 research questions. They focus on how the feasibility of by implementation the blockchain in the custom administration, and also how the blockchain technology can be utilized to enhance custom risk management in mitigating the illegal trading. And also, we have a research question about what are the challenges for implementing blockchain in custom administration. And also in this paper, we aim to evaluate the potential blockchain technology to enhance the security and also confidentially in custom process. And for the next part, I will hand over to Ms. Rida. It is your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shiva. And now, next, we will elaborate about the literature review we have elaborated in this paper. The first one is that about the export and import regulation in Indonesia. Regulations such as Minister of Finance number 190 of 2023 about import and also about export governs trade procedures including documentations, custom inspection, and fiscal incentives like KB and the KT for the export purposes. And after that, about KB and KT, KB provides fiscal incentives for goods entering for processing, while the KT allows import duty refunds on raw materials used for export production, but requiring compliance with custom regulation, as we always use for regulate the KB and KT schemes. And about blockchain technology overview, blockchain is a decentralized digital ledger ensuring transparency, security, and immutability, making it useful for sectors requiring high data integrity, such as custom and trade operations. And we also elaborate the blockchain in the South Korea's customs. South Korea Customs Services is piloting blockchain to modernize trade processes, improve real-time data sharing, and enhance trust in cross-border data exchanges, particularly with countries like Vietnam. And we also have TradeLens platform. TradeLens is blockchain-based platform, and this platform improve logistic transparency and efficiency, but faces challenges with adoption due to organizational and regulatory hurdles. Next. So the methodology we use in this paper is comprehensive qualitative research approach. The study used a qualitative method combining literature review, case studies, and expert interviews to explore blockchain integration in custom and trade, identifying challenges and opportunities. Case studies like TradeLens and Indonesia Custom Expert Interview provide key insight and best practices for blockchain adoption in Indonesia custom system. For the next section, I will pass to Ms. Nabila. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Now I will discuss about the findings. Please, next slide, please. We started our research by exploring how Indonesia custom monitoring the import and export. And as mentioned before, Indonesia already employ the method to monitor the import and export, such as traditional method like physical inspection, risk management. But not only that, but Indonesia also employ the mirror analysis by comparing the data from Indonesia and the other countries. However, the data from the other countries is not directly from the other countries, but it get from third party. So actually the mirror analysis is very good to give like early detection from the custom to if they need the further investigation or not. However, maybe there are some challenges in the custom when they're doing the monitoring of import and export. including the need of interpret the person that have an expert to interpretation the data and analysis the data. So we are looking for the feasibility of implementation the blockchain in the concept for custom administration. As mentioned before, that blockchain has a good for enhance the monitoring in the custom, like about the security, transparency, and efficiency in the monitoring system. So we're looking for the blockchain concept for custom administration, and it's already implemented in some of the activities and the other activities, such as in the central bank digital currency, which has enhanced the security and transparency in the financial transaction. Next slide, please. In this research, we're also exploring how the feasibility of applying blockchain for custom administration. We're looking that blockchain can enhance the monitoring system by enabling the exported and imported party to make sure that their export and import reach their destined country, and also to minimize the risk of undetected import. On the other hand, we're also looking that there are many countries that are trying to make a trade regulation to prevent trade circumvention, and we are looking that blockchain can also be used to prevent the trade circumvention. On the other hand, we also look that Indonesia has established the Custom Mutual Administration Agreement, CMAA, in 10 bilateral CMAA. So we are looking the opportunity of this agreement, where this agreement aims to exchange of the data to support the custom to combat like illegal trading. So to be more practical, next slide please. We are propose a piloting project between Indonesia and Malaysia for the reason because Indonesia and Malaysia has the CMAA framework. On the other hand, because of the geographical and also similarity on the culture, and as you can see in the table, there is a high frequency of the trade between Indonesia and Malaysia. So we think that this is a good reason to do the piloting project between Indonesia and Malaysia with the objective to test and refine blockchain on key trade routes and commodities as a model for global trade. We hope there will be an outcome with enhanced trade efficiency in the region with potential global impact. So how the balloting project will look like? Next slide, please. This is the concept that we like to propose. The first that you can see above, this is the current situation that Malaysia and Indonesia, each country is running their own system. Basically, they will do the data exchange based on the request by each country. So we are going to propose two types of the blockchain system. The first proposed system, we call it a share data, where Indonesia and Malaysia will build the blockchain platform. So they will not use their own system, but they will build the one system to use together. However, we realize maybe the first concept can need a high investment in cost and also in time. So we also propose the second feature, where the Indonesia and Malaysia will maintain their own system and they will share, make a blockchain platform together just for sharing the exchange and reconciliating data. So to go to the next slide, what is the advantage from this concept and what is the challenging will be delivered from Mr. Amir.
Okay, next slide please. Okay, I'll try to be very quick. Thank you. So just to recap, why we use blockchain technology, why we propose it. There are mainly three reasons. The first is security, because it's a distributed ledger and it's not temperable. So basically the data will be more secure. And the second one is transparency and data integrity, because if you're using the single source of data, the data that Indonesia and Malaysia use will be the same, and it will be more beneficial, easier to verify whether the export that we do or the import that we do is the same as the one that's being received by Malaysia. And lastly, because it's on the same system, it will be more efficient and we can use it for a process automation. Next slide. So basically, blockchain also have challenges. The first is the cost of implementing blockchain. Blockchain can be very expensive. I'd like to use the analogy of in blockchain, we're having more servers than we usually have. Like in the normal system, we only have one server, but in blockchain, we use many servers because it's a distributed ledger. So we have to have many servers to store the data. And because it's using many servers, as the transaction volumes increase, the cost will also be increasing. And the second one, the challenge is because the context is cross-border between Indonesia and Malaysia. So basically, there will be a lot of regulation, there will be a lot of agreement that we need to do before this project can be implemented. Next slide. And lastly, just to conclude, so basically, in the current situation, with increasing global trade volume, it challenges the customs administration on how to keep the trading compliant with the regulation and how to monitor it. And secondly, we propose blockchain to enhance customs processes. And lastly, we also acknowledge that there are challenges such as probably there will be a high cost and there will be a cross-border agreement that will be needed between Indonesia and Malaysia in this case. And we recommend that firstly, we need to launch a pilot blockchain project for cross-border trade between Indonesia and Malaysia because Indonesia and Malaysia is quite close. We already have several customs agreements, and so it will be easier if we try it in a pilot project first to see whether it's really feasible or not. And secondly, we need to develop the supportive regulated frameworks. And lastly, we need to explore what kind of cost-sharing models, like who will pay to make it more feasible for it to be implemented on a larger scale. And next slide is the last one, which is thank you. So thank you. I hope you enjoyed the presentations, and we'll be moving on to the next discussion. We're looking forward for your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alfie, Amir, Rida, and Shiva. So yeah, this presentation touched about several interesting things. First of all, related to blockchain, and then the second one related to mirror analysis. As I remember, WCO already had some kind of guideline related to mirror analysis that will be implemented also in Indonesian custom. Even right now, we have Diklat, what do you call it? We have like a course in mirror analysis in Indonesia custom on the Pusdiklat of Indonesia. So please, you have any question from the floor? Anybody, please? Oh yes, we have a taker, please. Thank you, sir. Where's the mic? Okay, the mic is running at you, yeah. Please be careful. Okay. No, it's in your right side, yes. Okay, that's the handsome gentleman over there. Okay, please. Please, your name and from which unit are you?
Thank you for your engaging presentations. My name is Iksan. I currently work at Indonesia Customs. I noticed that in one of your slides that the use of blockchain can enhance CMAA. However, our staffs, not all our staffs are willing to change. Some of them are reluctant to change. So even they are not familiar with data. So how do you think would be the best way for the government to deal with that kind of situation? Thank you.
Okay, please. Anyone wants to respond? You can also take turn in answering, no problem. Yeah, we still have time.
I will try to answer the question, and maybe later my colleague will try to add on to it. So basically, that's a very good question, and especially considering that the technology that's being used here is a really new one that's not many has explored. So, on my opinion, I think that basically, like what have already been done on blockchain projects by governments, for example, there are a lot of central bank digital currencies project on blockchain, if you ever heard of it. So basically what they do is they're trying a pilot project first. That's why we're also suggesting pilot project. By making a pilot project, we can like isolate who needs to be trained for using this technology first and see how it goes, see whether we need to make improvement or whether the current one is already enough or scalable. And later on, if we have already know what we really needs to build, then we can start to like train person by person who needs to understand how the blockchain works and who doesn't. That's basically my answer. Anyone wants to add? Does it answer your question?
Okay, okay. So anyone want to add something? No? Enough? Sure? Don't be shy, yeah? This is then like this is like your presentation. You can say what's your idea about that question. Okay, we go next to the second question. Do we have any question online? Do we have any question online? No? Okay, not yet at the moment. Anybody wants to ask? Oh yes, we have another gentleman. So maybe next time should be a girl, right? Not just the boys who will ask, yeah? Hopefully. Okay, please, your question.
Thank you. I'm Alvin from Customs Branch Office Pasar Baru in International Mail Processing Center. So there is one question from me. That's a very wonderful presentation from the groups, because from this presentation we know that there are more advantages such as security, transparency, data integrity, efficiency, and process automation from these blockchain implementations. My question is, there is one issue for implementing the blockchains, which is blockchain may cause high consumptions of energy. How is your opinion about this issue, along with the customs green initiatives that has been implemented by World Customs Organization? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A very good question about the concerning about the consumption of the energy. As our friends tell before about the piloting project, so we can focus on into one particular program and also a scheme in DG Custom. So from this piloting one, we can measure and assure that we will not using a lot of energy consumption in here, because basically in our project we focus on this distributed ledger technology. So if we have a pilot project with the Malaysia, so the server itself would be only 1 or 2 point, which is in Indonesia and Malaysia. So regarding the energy consumption, maybe it's true that the blockchain having a lot of energy consumption, but I think in this case we can focus on the pilot project first, and then we can measure if this really feasible regarding about the energy consumption. Maybe my friend will add some comment.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, I would like to say that it's also a very, very good question, because I think that's the biggest debate in implementation of blockchain technology, which is the energy usage. It's very consumptive. So I would like to talk firstly from the more technical side. So basically what makes blockchain secure is because it's a distributed ledger. So there are a lot of, like, if you're having just a normal system, you only have one servers with like 1 or 2 backup servers. But if in the blockchain, you're basically having like a lot of servers. And maybe if I borrow the case of Bitcoin, the reason why it's very secure, very not temperable, is because it's like having 100,000s or perhaps millions of ledgers of servers that's recording the process. So basically the biggest debate or the biggest question is it's a matter of trade-off between security and cost. So if you want it to be as secure as possible, you need to add more servers, more PC, more desktop in the system, so that it will be more secure, but then it will cost you more. So by doing a pilot project, we can like having the right balance of how much cost we want to sacrifice to earn how high of a security case of a secure system? And that's basically the biggest question, and I think that needs a pilot project to be answered more properly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the response. So, yes, normally the cost will be the most issue, but then again, as everything we know from the advance of the IT, cost will go down. It will go down someday, maybe not now, maybe not 5 years, but someday it will go down to a point that maybe this solution will be practicable and cost effective. But then again, it's not just about the technology, but there are other things related to this, mainly regulation, trader consent, and a lot of things. But then again, this is something that's still viable, in my opinion. Okay, so we have maybe the last question from online, from Sadiq Murtala. Can you please briefly explain how blockchain is used to combat cross-border smuggling? How do you envision this? This is like you have a pilot project. How do you envision things will maybe in 10 or maybe 15 years from now, 5, 10, 15 years, I don't know. Please answer.
Thank you for this question. How blockchain is used to combat cross-border smuggling in Indonesia? This is actually why we propose this concept, because usually like a mirror analysis or maybe the using of CMAA framework, they use the exchange data manually. But when we implement the blockchain, the exchange data that usually used manually will be automatically. It's not only just record the data, but the blockchain can verify also the import data and export data. So whenever there is something wrong or there is the difference in the data, the blockchain can give a notification, notify the country. It's something like that we just want to try to change something done in the manual method to be something automatic.
Thank you, Ms. Nabila. Maybe I will add more. So, for example, in the piloting project of Indonesia and Malaysia, for example, that there is custom offense in Indonesia to Malaysia or vice versa. So we can check in the blockchain system whether in the blockchain system the data is recorded or not. So whether the data is not recorded, it means that the data is illegal. So it is not just for not smuggling, but also for custom offense or trade circumvention. Thank you.
Okay, I think that will be all for our second panelist, our presentation. Thank you again to Alfie, Amir, Rida, and Shiva. Thank you for your presentation, and let's give them a round of applause. Okay. Shake hand? Yeah? Thank you. See you again next year. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So the next one, this is also an interesting thing, because this is regarding to... Wait. Okay. So the things that related to a little bit very custom. So relating to patrol, custom patrol. This is a very interesting topic, I think, because this is from two things. From the IT side, this is computer vision. From the IT side, we call it computer vision. And then we combine it, the author tried to combine it with how to optimize custom patrol. Please welcome, who is our third panelist. Please step forward. The one vessel detect. Right, vessel detection using YOLO and satellite imagery to enhance custom patrol efficiency. The presenter? Or are they online?
Yeah, hello.
Oh, you're online. Okay, sorry. I think you're here with us. Sorry. Okay, please. Me bad. Okay. So, to Hanif and Galuh, you give your presentation, and you have 15 minutes. Thank you. You can start by now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me and my presentation?
Yes, we can hear you clear and loud, and your presentation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Galuh Mafela Mutiara Suja, and my partner as the lead author is Hanif Nurrofik, and we are both from Directorate General of State Asset Management. We are pleased to be here to present our paper about vessel detection using YOLO and satellite imagery to enhance custom patrol efficiency. So, Indonesia water is undeniably immense, and it plays an important role in economy and defense. Okay. Uh, and it allowing 40% of international commerce, which is 90% transported by sea, to transit through Indonesian water. But the vast maritime area, spanning over 6 million square kilometers, is not only giving us advantage. There is also significant challenges to effectively monitor and enforce maritime regulation, including detecting potential smuggling activities. So smuggling is considered one of the violations in the customs and excise field, where illegal goods are transported in or to the nation's territory, and customs is widely known to have duties and responsibilities in supervising and supervising the traffic of goods entering and leaving the customs area. To enforce the eradication of the illegal goods and smuggling, actually customs has extensive strategies of sea patrols from planning, execution, and evaluation. The overall action involving information gathering, the surveillance, the enforcement action, and the evaluation, which all are complied with the custom regulation. Number 4, custom year 2021. And then we can see that the media has reported how customs sea patrols thwarted smuggling attempts by vessels via sea roads. But we think that the continuous sea patrols for monitoring and surveillance are somehow expensive and has high risk of accidents due to the unsafe condition and unpredictable weather, and it is also considered time-consuming. To overcome those challenges, the custom has already equipped with well management systems, especially on the information gathering stage. Customs need the data regarding transport movement entering the custom territory. For example, the number and the types of the detected vessels, as well as the external transport entering the area to aid in the planning, execution, and evaluation of maritime patrols. The data and information itself are gathered from many resources. One of the examples is the Automatic Identification System, or AIS, and it is widely regarded as the most significant advancement in maritime navigation since the introduction of radar. It can help to identify vessels, such as the vessels, and then also help to target tracking and also in the search operation, as it embodies many records on the vessels. For example, the vessel location, the speed over ground, the course over ground, and various fixed data, such as the vessel types, the dimension, and also the identifiers. However, it has limitation in detecting small vessels that are often used in smuggling. Unlike large vessels, small vessels and yachts are not obliged to employ AIS. This results in the inability to detect illegal activities by small vessels using AIS. Furthermore, AIS also doesn't always provide comprehensive and seamless coverage of the entire maritime domain. So what can we do to help customs improve their way of the sea patrols? In the age of the advancement of the technology, we agreed of the argument that customs should adopt modern artificial intelligence. And one of the solutions that we propose to help customs monitor vessels in Indonesian maritime is by harnessing satellite imagery and artificial intelligence. Okay, so imagine our views expand to the whole area of the Indonesia territory. And that is the advantage of the satellite imagery we want to explore. They can cover vast areas, allowing a real-time monitoring of complex, wide-ranging areas, and significantly improving the effectiveness of sea patrols. And then to complement the power of satellite imagery, we combine it with artificial intelligence. We train the artificial intelligence so that it can help to detect the vessels. And furthermore, it can also detect like the irregular vessel movements in restricted or high-risk zone, automatically alerting customs authorities to potential smuggling activities or unauthorized maritime traffic. This will allow more cost-effective and efficient solution, as we can rely on the machine to analyze the vessel data on the Indonesia water obtained from the satellite imagery. Okay, because we are dealing with image, we explored deep vision algorithm and found YOLO. It's an alternative algorithm besides the renowned CNN, and it claimed to have better performance. YOLO is an abbreviated word of you only look once, and the name reflects its difference with the renowned CNN. Okay, the CNN is two-stage detector, but YOLO is a single-stage detector. Despite it's only one step, it still maintains a high degree of accuracy. So the YOLO gained its popularity through its accuracy, compact model architecture, and has become the central real-time object detection system for video monitoring applications. Here we show some of the recent YOLO usage, and most of them are utilized in the image sensing, including the CCTV and satellite imageries. We can show you one of the example over here is to detect ships from low resolution optical satellite imagery from Xu et al. In 2022. Okay, to conduct the research, we use CRISP-DR methodology, and it has 6 iterative phases as shown in the image. The first stage is business understanding, and we determine the aim of the study is to enhance custom ability to prevent smuggling at sea to be more effective and cost efficient. So that's why it is crucial for us to acquire in-depth knowledge of custom operation, particularly sea patrols, and also the state-of-the-art technologies that will support this effort.
Okay, then in data understanding, we focus on identifying and collecting the initial data. For this study, we identified that we need data related to facial images from above to develop our AI model. And in addition, we also need satellite imagery that contains vessel or other object in the ocean to test our model in the real-life scenario. Next slide. The next step is data preparation. Commonly, we split the dataset into data training and data testing, but since the public data we use, namely ship or vessel in aerial images, already divided into data training, data validation, and data testing, we don't need to split this dataset anymore, as this dataset is ready to use, and also to make sure that this paper is reproducible by others. And additionally, we also prepared the satellite imagery from 4 different coordinates in Indonesian region with 4 different map scales to test out our model. So in total, we have 16 satellite images, and this satellite imagery retrieved from Sentinel-2 that have spatial resolution up to 10 meters. Next. And the next is the modeling. We use the latest YOLO algorithm available, namely YOLO version 8 and YOLO NAS. For its YOLO algorithm, we use the medium size model considering our computational limitation. And since we trained the model using a consumer grade GPU, the 8 GB of RTX 3070. And for additional setting, we change the parameter. For the optimizer, we use ADAM-W, and the batch size was reduced from default 16 to 8 to 4, and number of worker is set to 8. And then next, to evaluate our model, we use mean average precision at 50% intersection over union, or commonly called MAP50, and mean average precision at intersection over union from 50% to 95%, or commonly called MAP50 to 95. And to choose the best model, we use the MAP50 to 95 because it offered a more comprehensive assessment. And next, the last step in CRISP-DM methodology is deployment. But due to the nature of this study as a research paper, the deployment was not included as no deployment needed. Next, please. And after we train the model, we put the result into the graph, and this is the result. As we can see on the left side of the graph, the model evaluated with MAP50. Overall, the YOLO version 8 outperformed the YOLO NAS with the highest score of MAP50 within the 50 epochs, and it achieved at the epoch number 46 with the score of 0.48. And the YOLO NAS achieved its highest score in the last epoch, or epoch number 50. And moving to the right graph, we measured the model performance using MAP50 to 95, and this metric was used to determine which model to use. Same as the graph on the left, Yellow version X outperformed Yellownas with the highest score reached at epoch number 47 with the score of 0.292, while the Yellownas base epoch achieved in epoch number 48 with the score 0.237. And both of the model performance slightly decreased in the next epochs until the final epochs in 50. And then after that, we put the best model from previous training into the data test, and YOLO version 8 achieved MAP 50 of 0.465 and with MAP 50 to 95 of 0.269. And then the Yellownas achieved it MAP 50 of 0.409 and MAP 50 to 95 of 0.235. And then, next slide, we test the model on satellite imagery that we retrieved from Sentinel-2 satellite. The first coordinate located in Jakarta Bay, where the YOLO version 8 cannot detect any vessel in the map scale of 500 and 300 meters, while the Yellownas can detect one of two vessels in the map scale of 500. And then YOLO version 8 can detect the vessels starting from map scale 200 meters, while the Yellownas shows an error here by detecting the vessel twice at the smaller map scale. And next. And the second coordinate, still in the Jakarta Bay with a more vessel in the image. The YOLO version 8 failed to detect the vessel on the map scale of 500 meters and gradually can detect vessel on the smaller map scale on the map scale of 200 meters, where the second vessel from the right cannot be detected in map scale of 200 meters, but YOLO version 8 can detect it on the map scale of 100 meters. The confidence score also increased for the rest of the two vessels, where the previously
sorry, Hanif, to interrupt. You have 2 more minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Where the confidence score increased from 0.42 to 0.56. Next, please. And then this is located in Malacca Strait, where there is a small cloud coverage. In this test, we can see that YOLO version 8 can classify and differentiate between cloud and vessel, while the Yellownas misclassify cloud as a vessel. And next, last. This is in the East Halmahera, where the Yellownas performed better, did not detect anything, while the Yellownas misclassify an island as a vessel. Next.
Okay, so this is the conclusion. We can conclude that YOLO version 8 outperforms Yellownas capabilities in detecting vessels, as the evaluation metrics show that YOLO version 8 has better result than Yellownas. And then YOLO version 8 also successfully detect vessel without misclassifying other objects, for example, the small island and also the cloud. So additionally, YOLO version 8's performance also improved with the smaller map scales. For the next recommendation, we can say that we can use extra large YOLO version 8 model and a higher resolution satellite imagery, because YOLO version 8 performance improved with the smaller map scales. And we can collaborate with the Pusdiklat data to detect the smaller vessels. And then we also can train the model with the real-world customs violation data for more targeted application. So that's all for our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Hanif and Galuh, for a very interesting presentation. So regarding, I think this is more like a geospatial, geospatial intelligence, and it's also related to remote sensing, right? This is very related from your unit, right? You're from the Directorate General of State Asset and Management. I think this is one of the things that will be very disruptive in your side. Let's say you can find an algorithm that will replace the job of your inspector, right? Maybe someday in the future. yeah, just joking. But then I think this is very interesting because one of the problems from custom side is related to cost. Patrol is a costly thing. So how we could optimize the patrol itself? So how we could detect ship. And mostly in Indonesia case, the ship that's become a problem doesn't have ACE. They don't have AIS. They doesn't have automatic identification system because they are mostly under 5GT. So there are several regulations. If I'm not mistaken, the one that will be like apprehend in the Strait Malacca is about from 5GT to 10GT and maybe 15GT, if I'm not mistaken. So, do you have any question, please, from the floor or from the offline? Yes, we have a question, please. As usual, state your name and unit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator and dear presenters. Ivan from DGCE. Quite an interesting presentations indeed, especially for the enforcements in customs regarding the ships and also sea enforcement. So from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, this model is very heavily reliant on satellite imaging. So how do you think it will be applicable into our daily work, especially in customs enforcements? Because as far as I know, we don't have the source yet for live satellite imaging, not only in customs, but also throughout other government agencies. Maybe we have some access in Lapan, if I suppose, but I don't think it is also live imaging, where in your model is heavily relies on that factors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Can I answer it
please
now?
respond.
Okay, thank you for the question. Firstly, we do have that kind of data as it mandated by the law. I forgot the number. The Lapan is the Lapan should provide the satellite data to any stakeholder, including Ministry of Finance, and that's a lot of satellite data. And for this Sentinel-2 is available for every 5 days, and we can combine by another satellite data such as bird view or world view, if I'm not mistaken. So we do have daily satellite data for like vessel detection. Maybe Ella, do you want to add something?
Yeah, it's like Hanif said. As far as I know, the Lapan from Pusdiklat is already giving the Sentinel image, and I think it is also one of the like one kind of state of the art from the satellite imagery that are used worldwide, not only in Indonesia.
Maybe in DGCM alone, in my unit, we want to apply this kind of remote sensing for monitoring our state asset management. Maybe if custom want to use this data, we can collaborate with Lapan to use the data together. Yeah.
Okay, so I think, sorry to interrupt. So I think there is a bit of misconception here. What we're talking about is not live satellite image data. At this point, there is no such thing that we have access to. So it's not live. So this is data from the capture. The same data that you could also buy from a private provider for like for image on certain time. So it's not like having like you have a camera. You have like a telescope that will be showing certain partners, not something like that. So it's from historical data, not a real-time data. But I think it's just you can try to create some kind of pattern or algorithm to predict, because there has to be a behavior here. The ones who want to capture is, if I'm not mistaken, the ones to be captured here is behavior. So we could predict that something might happen someday in the future based on historical data. Maybe that's my take from here, but this is not something related to any live image or something like that. Okay? Okay. Any, oh, you have, okay, follow-up question, please. Yes, state your name.
Hello, my name is Edwin from DGCE, and unfortunately I'm from Marine Customs Command and Control Unit. So, yeah, the Sentinel satellite that the presenter talked about. Nearly every day we met with Lapan and other stakeholders at sea in a meeting that we called morning brief, led by several agencies at sea. And yes, Lapan has access to several satellites, but it is not live. While what we need in customs surveillance is more like live satellite, which we don't have right now yet. Because if we need live satellite, we need some kind of geostationary satellite, which stationary position above certain coordinate. But another satellite like Sentinel, they have polar orbit, means that they only pass through huge swaths of land several days or several hours. So there could be delay. But the concept is we appreciate the concept, and we are open to discuss with the presenter about this kind of data usage, because yeah, we might see some pattern, we might see several additional data, but it's not what we really need right now, because we need some kind of live imagery, but we don't have right now. But we are open. We from Command Center. We from Marine Custom Command Center. We are open to this idea, and if the presenter want to discuss further, yeah, please just contact us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going somewhere from this, not just so this conference is not just about something that are theoretically, yes, we can do this and do that, but we hope something like this. We can do a lot of like cooperation with each other unit in Ministry of Finance and other government agency. Very good, thank you. So do you have another question, maybe from online? Do we check? No? Okay. Not yet, I think.
Yes, I have a question, please.
Oh, yeah, please, please, sir.
Okay.
From your name and from where are you?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, the moderator, and thank you, the presenters. Very insightful discussions, if I may say. Basically, my name is Sadiq Mizwa Murtala from Nigeria Customs. I want to know more about the YOLO app. From their presentation, they say it was used basically for ship vessel detection, which is a great one. But I want to see how this technology could be deployed in land borders area to checkmate influx of illicit trade or influx of or cross-border smuggling at the land borders. Could this be deployed as well to achieve the same purpose? That's my question.
Thank you. Please respond.
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, you can use this approach for a different use case, like smuggling in the land-based area, but you need a different data set to train your model. So first, the first thing you need is you need to gather what kind of data you need or what kind of images, and you can then train your data maybe using our approach. For my research, we use a vessel dataset, so it can only detect a vessel in the ocean.
Okay, I think, yeah, the concept is related to computer vision. It's relatively generic. I think as long as you have the data set, that's usually the problem. You need somehow to collect a data set to tell the computer, what is this? This is a cat or this is a dog, so something like that. But mostly it should be a generic in more or less, but more generic in the process and methodology. Okay, I think we can move to the next presentation. But then again, thank you to Hanif and Galuh for the wonderful presentation. And thank you for joining this conference. Let's give a big round of applause. Okay. And then in our schedule, we will have a coffee break. But because
I think, yeah, we already have enough coffee break. We can just continue. So we will continue with the next presentation. So this is also an interesting one, in my opinion, because this is something that maybe from my perspective is relatively new, related to forensic data analytics. So it's relatively relatively a new thing related to forensic data analytics, because maybe I might share that Indonesian custom is usually more on the physical, so physical like apprehension and so on. So this is an interesting thing because forensic data analytics is maybe something new, or maybe just new for me. Maybe just new for me, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe the presenter will give us some new information or maybe a new implementation related this specific regard. So I give the place to Agung Darono and Aldi Pratama as the presenter. Oh, you'll be alone, sir? You'll be alone? Not two? Oh, online, okay, sir. Oh, he's already there. Oh, yes, I see. So please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And to Agung Darono and Aldi Pratama, please have your presentation. The floor is yours. And you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the committee and excellencies. It's a great honor for me to be here. As one, me and myself and Mas Aldi Pratama, he is on duty in Pontianak, but spare his time for this presentation. What a dedication! Is officer in Custom and Excise Training Center that now hold training in Pontianak City. Mas Aldi, are you with us? Do you hear me okay?
Okay, very clear.
Okay. Maybe a bit disclaimer, Pak Moderator. We are not a formal custom and excise by training, but we join a community of practice during a course conducted by a custom and excise training center about digital forensic. And from the materials, training materials and course materials, we try to develop this paper. The paper entitled Towards an Optimized Data Pipeline in Indonesian Custom and Excise Forensic Data Analytics. We use approach that so-called practice as research. Next slide, please. Thank you, Mas Aldi. The agenda is the first one will be background and relevant box, and then the methodology. There's two first part will deliver by me, and the third and the last part will be delivered by Mas Aldi through Zoom application. Next slide, please. As most of evidence now in the form of digital data, forensic digital is something that cannot be rejected by any investigator, including in the custom and excise field of investigation. Generally, one of the framework that known in digital forensic is what's so-called GDFM framework, a digital forensic model, proposed by Rigby and Rogers in 2007. This provide us how to conduct a digital forensic process from end to end. This what we adopt in this paper to explain or to what you call it, understand what should we do in implementing the digital forensic in the field of custom and excise. Next part, please. The main topic is data pipeline. What is data pipeline? Data pipeline basically is tools and procedures that, if combined, will flowing data from sources to the examination and analysis phase or states or visualization that can provide some insight and in the end can be presented in litigation process as forensic is the final stage in is a litigation process. This what we propose from the GDFM and then combined with some other frameworks. We present this kind of framework to be implemented in the custom and excise forensic digital forensic. Next slide, please. The methodology, maybe most of you rare hear this approach as practice as research, which means that we do some research based on practices in in a place or in a nexus or in a site. And in this case, the site is a community of practice formed or established by the trainer and the trainee from the digital forensic course held by the Custom and Excise Training Center. The data collection methods, interviews, and documentation studies include the regulation and so on and so forth. And we try to develop some practices that we apply in the site, and in this case is the community of practice that established between the trainer and trainee related with the digital forensic. That's all about the relevant work and the background and the methodology, and the rest of the presentation will be delivered by my colleague, Mas Aldi Pratama. Mas Aldi, the floor is yours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you, Pak Agung. I hope you can hear me clearly, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everybody. Right now, I'm presenting from Indonesia-Malaysia border in Antikong, West Kalimantan, and I believe that our presentation depicts the theme of the conference, which is disruptive technologies and border management collaboration. Yeah. Continuing our presentation, I will explain about the findings and discussion in our research paper. As explained by Pak Agung in the previous section, that this paper proposes the most effective methods for establishing an optimal data pipeline in forensic data analytics, particularly in the context of custom and excise law enforcement. We use the working definition of an optimal data pipeline is the data pipeline that is compatible with the resource that an organization has and suitable with the objectives of forensic data analytics. So having said so, we conducted several steps to find an optimal data pipeline, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen. In the first step, we determined data pipeline. The main function of data pipeline, as Agung described, is to flow the data from the source to its destination. In the next step, we define a technology stacks. Yeah, technology stacks is a set of combination of hardware, software, or approaches or methods that are needed to operationalize or to actuate the data pipeline. In the following step, we built some use cases that we collected from the community of experts of digital forensics trainings in Custom and Excise Education and Training Center, or RTC Indonesia. We then use them as a scenario to test or to actuate or to make the pipeline work. As you can see on the picture on the right-hand side, the picture on the right-hand side shows any scenario that we do to establish the pipeline. We use the data from various sources like data acquired from forensic software or tools, data from cell phones, data from RDBMS or Relational Database Management System, and data from Office applications. The activities in the data pipeline itself is including data extraction and data transformation, data interrogation and analysis, and data presentation and reporting. It should also note that the optimal data pipeline for forensic data analytics purposes should also has a feature to maintain the chain of custody principle, like Pak Agung described in the previous slide. In the GDFM, one of the principle that should be maintained is the chain of custody principle. For that reason, a case and workflow management is crucial to track every single movement of the data. Moving on to the next slide, as a result, we found that to establish an optimal data pipeline, we should consider some aspects like data itself, its format or its variety, its volume, and its location. Yeah. Another aspect, of course, the technology stacks that we can access or the technology stacks that is available. As you can see in the picture, that we propose a combination of hardware depending on how the data will be stored and how complicated the data processing is. For the light processing need, the left-hand side of the picture, we can use a notebook or PC that is connected to a repository and case management system. I'm sorry. Yeah. Alternatively, when the volume of data is huge, we can use network attached storage that can be accessed by multiple computers. Yeah. Even a GPU-powered computer can be used for more complicated computing tasks if we need. As you can see on the most right-hand side of the picture. And now I'm moving on to the last part of our presentation, the conclusion. And this research concludes that an optimized forensic data pipeline can be established by selecting appropriate tools and technique based on capabilities of the human resource involved to achieve the objective of the digital forensic task. Thus, some key success factors in establishing an optimal data pipeline are, the first one is competent human resource. The competent human resource is vital aspect to actuate the data pipeline. So the proper and sufficient trainings and relevant human development programs are needed. The second factor would be the adequate budget for technology infrastructure. A data pipeline is established on top of the technology stacks. So the proper technology infrastructure will increase its performance. The next factor will be the adaptive method. From our point of view, an optimal data pipeline should be adaptive. It should be adjustable based on available resources and methods being used. And the last factor will be the institutional arrangement. The institutional arrangement contains some important factors such as policy, regulations, standards, and guidelines. So for that reason, we recommend that Directorate General Custom and Excise to have a standard in developing technology infrastructure that supports forensics data analytics, and also the technical guideline on how to implement data digital forensics and to maintain the chain of custody principle in forensics data analytics. That will be up. That would be all for from us. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Okay, thank you for the great presentation. Yes, it's a quite interesting presentation because as far as I know, so in our case, in Indonesian custom, mostly related to physical chain of custody for use in the trial, in the court, and so on. But I also know that Indonesian custom, custom exercise training center, if I'm not mistaken, like last month or the month before, has training or course related to data forensic, because one of my guys from my office, from the Maluku custom regional office, came home with a bag, with a briefcase. So he brings a certain laptop with certain software in that for the data forensic. So I think this is not something theoretical. This has already been done. You also have community of practice here. And sorry, before I continue, there is a message from the committee. If you like some coffee, you can take it, and you can also bring it back to the room, no problem. You want some coffee or snack, because we haven't had another coffee break, but you can, if you want to, you can get some coffee and maybe some refreshment on the other side. Okay, for this presentation, do we have any takers for question or discussion from the offline on the room? Any comment, any question? Not yet? I think we have several people from the investigative section, I'm not mistaken. Directorate, sorry, investigative directorate. Do you have any comment regarding this chain of custody for data related to forensic and perhaps related to, forensic data analytic? Not yet? Or from the online, do we have any question? No, not yet. Right, so it will be my responsibility to ask question as the moderator. So actually, sir, I think this is very interesting because there is one thing that has to be like a prerequisite if you want to do any kind of like handling related to any type of information or maybe data. So let's say it's about, let's say the custom officer apprehend a suspect somewhere. And let's say we ask him of his phone, he asked for his handphone. So, because in Indonesia, we have what we call initial investigation, and we also have what we call investigation. In Indonesia case, the body that could do initial investigation is the police and the prosecutor general. So, like we call it PPNS, how is it called in English? Civil servant investigator. They don't have the initial investigation. So, yes, we have some kind of document that says that we apprehend or we, what do you call it? We seize this certain property of person. But I don't know, how do you see this? Because this is one thing that if there is investigation, there has to be some kind of letter, pro justicia, that said that there's already an investigation happened. So is it right now, is it enough from the legal perspective just to have, we don't have initial investigation in customs. So is it, I don't know, how do you see it from the community of practice? Is it something that are actually usable in court if, let's say, custom held someone and asked his phone and, let's say, check the data on his phone? Is it like something that could be admissible in court? Or, I don't know, do you have any comment related this on the community of practice? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mas Aldi. If I can answer, maybe you can help me. Compared to the tax law, there is a what so-called in the tax law is bukti permulaan or initial investigation that to some degree can what you call it menyita ya.
Maybe seizure.
Says
Seizure.
the asset or the phone. But what I read from regulation number 19 year of 2021 regarding the investigation procedures in custom and excise, if I'm not mistaken. There is some articles that give the custom officer to do digital forensic in there. Yeah, as long as I know, the custom officer can use their authorities as stated in the regulation number 19 year of 2021.
Okay,
that's all I know. Custom, yeah.
Thank you. Aldi, do you want to add?
Mas Aldi, you want to add something? No? Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm sorry. I cannot unmute my microphone. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, my response is same with Pak Agung that I believe customs and excise investigators have the authority to conduct digital forensics procedures in their investigation process as mandated in regulation number 19 of 2021, I believe. So yeah, they can seize the cell phone, one of the device that may contain the evidence. That's my response. Thank you.
Okay, so we have some kind of legal basis for this. But then again, the main thing here, if maybe I were to highlight, is whatever it is, it has to have a good chain of custody. Because at this moment, maybe same with anywhere, not only to custom, our what do we call it? User. What do you call it? Our trader? We can call it trader in custom. They have certain tendency to go to the court if they're not satisfied with how we handle things. Like if there's a procedural that are missing, they could do a pre-trial motion to the court. And at that pre-trial, we need to defend how we gather all of this evidence. How is the chain of custody? So it's not like just, okay, we get this information and so on, but the judge will ask you, how do you get this information? And their lawyer will also ask about that. So this is how this paper is important, because it highlights something that are perhaps in our case at this moment or not something that are quite common to be discussed and so on. So usually it's the physical chain of custody, but we also have right now the forensic one, the data forensic related to chain of custody. Okay. So do we have another question? From online, no? Okay, not yet, okay. So, I want to ask another question. Sorry, it's just very interesting for me for this one. So, maybe from the presenter or the author perspective, who should have this, let's say, this authority? Let's say, in our custom, like we call it, what do you call it in Indonesia? Pengawasan, custom control. Custom control is being done by not just one entity. There are several entities that do that. We have the custom investigation. We also have audit, or directorate related to audit. On the regional office, we also have as what do you call it in English? Seksi pemeriksaan, some kind of person that will do the checking on the document and so on and so on. So from the outer perspective, who should have this authority related to data forensic? It's like this is not it's a question based on your subjective. How do you see this matter? Thank you.
Thank you. From our perspective, the first obviously is the investigator themselves, and the second is the auditors. To compare to practices in Directorate General of Tax that have more mature digital forensic practice, there is a specific tax that they call digital forensic specialist. This is not, they are not auditor, they are not investigator, but mainly their function is digital forensic tax specifically, and stated in functional job. Yeah, the part of the functional job of that now released in some Ministry of Finance regulation. Yeah, Mas Aldi, you want to add something maybe?
Yeah, as Pak Agung explained, if you would like to take a comparison with Director General of Tax, yeah, the authority is in the investigators, but they can ask help from digital forensic specialists if they find any digital evidence in their investigation procedures. Since, like the moderator said, that digital evidence should be handled with care so that it could be function in the litigation process. So yeah, the investigators has the authority, but they can ask the special team, which has the competency in digital forensics, to help them to acquire the evidence, to analyze, and to presenting the evidence from the digital device. That's from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the clear explanation. I think that will be all for our fourth presenter. Thank you. Hopefully you will join us again next year and sending another paper and share about, maybe you are from the tax, more from the tax agency, maybe you can share more things that are practical there, and maybe we can all learn together and maybe develop something new of that for the Ministry of Finance. And just give a round of applause. Okay, so we're going to the last but not least presentation. This last topic is related to national logistic ecosystem. As maybe we all know that Indonesia and the Ministry of Finance has an initiative related to the national. Yeah, I'm out of battery on that one. Oh, this one is louder. Okay, please step forward for the presenter. Yes, please. Ahmad Wahyudi, Alvin Nabila, Desti Prilianingrum. Let's give a round of applause for our last presenter today. You seem familiar. Please. Please. Okay, the last presentation will be Streamlining Indonesian National Logistic Ecosystem, a strategic integration of custom and cross-sector stakeholders using disruptive technology for smart track and trace logistics system. Okay, who will give the presentation? Three of us? Okay, please continue. You have 15 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore. I'm Desti Prilianingrum. I'm from Directorate General of Fiscal Balance, and an honor to be presenting our paper in this for our distinguished authors and guests today for the fourth WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference 2024. And then, first of all, I want to introduce our team. His first one, Mr. Ahmad Wahyudi, from Directorate General of Custom and Excise, and then Ms. Alvina Bila also from Directorate General of Custom and Excise. And then, without further ado, I will jump to the presentation season. That our paper line title is Streamlining Indonesia National Logistic Ecosystem, a strategic integration of custom and cross-sector stakeholder using disruptive technology for smart track and trace logistics system. It's a quite long title. And then, okay, for today's presentation, the outline will be, we talk about the background of the study, and then the literature review, the methodology, and then the finding and discussion. And the last one is our conclusion and recommendation. Next, please. Thank you. Okay, next. So if we talk about the background, as a large archipelagic country, from the Sabang to Morocco with 1,000 islands separated by the sea, mountain, and land, Indonesia require a very, very strong logistic system. Next, please. Okay. A logistic system to support economic growth, especially for the distribution and supply related to the logistic system. And then the logistic system nowadays in Indonesia face fragmentation and poor integration between government agencies, leading to inefficiency and large or higher costs. Later we see, in our data, in Jakarta Post is in August 2023, say the World Bank data in 2023, the Logistic Performance Index ranked Indonesia in the 63rd out of 139 countries, and the Indonesia itself, is dropped 70 places from its 2018 ranking in the 46. So it's very large decrease from the rank from the 2018 to 2023. And then, so the overarching goal is to create a unified and transparent logistics system that support economic growth and investment, both for domestically and internationally, both for public and private sector. So we need to enhance the transparency and operational efficiency by providing real-time data and better integrating logistic process across sector. Based on that background of study, we talk about that, we conclude our research question by the three. The first one, what is the key barrier to creating a unified logistic ecosystem in Indonesia? And the second one, how to create digital integration for the track and trace system and enhance the connection between each sector. And then the third one, or the last one, how can the logistic integration system be successfully implemented, especially in Indonesia? The next. So from that, we have our objective too. It's about the identify and explore the potential of integrating the national and trace system with multiply digital technology with the goals. Enhance the logistic quality system by connecting domestic and international distribution chains, and then present a comprehensive framework for integrating advanced digital technology into Indonesia national track and trace system. And then the last one, the goal is over actionable recommendation to enhance the effectiveness of the analysis system or the national logistic ecosystem and drive long-term improvements in Indonesia logistic infrastructure. Okay, next, please, thank you. So we built some theoretical framework for this, and like we can see that the Council of Logistics Management defined logistic as the segment of the supply chain process. So it related to the global supply chains that need integration and optimization, and while globalization has primarily driven profit growth through rapid revenue increases. So it can build a smarter supply chains, and it will also improve efficiency by enhancing the feasibility, allowing companies to identify and eliminate global delivery bottlenecks and quality issues. So that when we talk about NLE, the NLE itself is one of the idea from the government. Like in the morning, the speaker told Mr. Rudy Rahmaddi about the NLE. It's like involve 4 key pillars. That is a simplifying government service business process, enhancing collaboration among logistic platforms such as transportation, providers, shipping, and warehouse. And the third one, facilitating payment, and the last one, the optimizing port layout. And then we jump to the next, please. And then we talk about the track and trace system too. It's like the track and trace system is that project or program is to provide end-to-end transparency throughout the logistic chain, enabling customer or business partner and the logistic company to monitor the exact production or delivery status at any given moment. And well, of course, in our theoretical framework, we talk too about the digital technology that we want to provide. That is like talk about the APA, the QR codes, and the RFID. We try to explain the whole explanation about explore about the digital technology itself. Next, thank you. And for the methodology, we talk about, because the research is want to analyze the potential for integrating the national track and trace system with various digital technology and creating a unified platform to enhance the operational efficiency and effectiveness. So the research method use a literature-based qualitative research method because we want to explore more and find and enhance any possibility that can we find for the enhancement for the technology. So the data collection use a secondary data collection method that we use the data for the research was collected from book, journal, research article, general website, government official website, records and regulation, and also several internet connection article. So for the finding and discussion, I will go with Ms. Nabila.
Thank you. In this research, we are looking for the opportunity to integrating tracking and tracing system across private and government entities. We know that recently many institutions has their own logistics system, which actually this is good, but lack of the integration if we're talking about tracking and tracing in the national. So in this paper, in this research, we are going to propose how to unify national tracking and tracing system, since this is essential to overcome the issue of the lack integration data. And we also realized about the existing of NLE. So because there is an NLE, we're looking for the opportunity for NLE to be the coordinator for consolidating data, consolidating the integration between tracing and tracking between the private and government entity. However, we also realized there is a challenge when we are going to do the integration system because every entity has their own system. So we are proposed to using the APA to do the collaboration between every entities. By integrating the system, we hope that Indonesia can improve the logistic performance. Next slide, please. And we know that there is several type of APA, but in our research, we propose to use the REST APA for unified dashboard, so we can enhancing real-time data integration across multiple systems. Because based on research, we believe that REST is the best to use to integrate the system because this flexibility and can integrate various systems. But we also notice that it is not easy to integrate a lot of various systems. So there are some steps that we propose for using REST to integrate the diverse of system, like creating API guidelines, mapping the data, ensuring authentication and security, developing integration logic, and conducting testing and validation. However, we also realize there will be some challenge when we are going to integrating a lot of system, such as the data compatibility and addressing about the security and ensuring scalability. So we're trying to propose some of the solution based on this challenge, like about the data compatible. We're looking forward that we have to create a standardized framework to facilitate seamless integration between the data, and also talking about the security, what effective solution that we consider is using the single sign-on. Also, to ensuring scalability, performance, and reliability, this is crucial factor to integrating the system, and we propose to cloud backup can further enhance protection. Next slide, please. Once all of the systems are integrating, we also consider that maybe we cannot stop that only just integrating of different systems, but we also may consider about how we can build one system that can use to all of logistic entities in Indonesia. But again, the policymaker need to measure what is the cost of benefit, whether it's better to make one system for all of entities in Indonesia or integrating all of the system that already have by the entities. But if we are going to make only one system, there is some proposed project that we propose here using national QR code logistic platform for track and trace system. When usually QR code used to the small item, when we are talking for the large item, we propose to use RFID technology in national track and trace system. And what is the beneficial of creating national track and trace system integrating? We're thinking about the enhancing operational efficiency and coordination, and also ensuring transparency and accountability, integrating data for better analytic, and also improving the reliability and timeless in logistics. For the conclusion, I will let Mr. Ahmad do.
I continue that the integrating tracking and tracing system is the best to be done in the in the national logistic center. Next, we enhancing real-time data integration.
Next slide, please.
Strategies, solution, and next. From this paper, we conclude that there are the lacks of integration among logistic services and government institutions. The fragmentation, the lack of data is makes operational costs increase and delays in the movement, not efficiency, and not transparency for the cargo owner. The implementation of API and combined with QR code and RFID technologies is very essential. The first, we conclude that API maybe is very, very important to standardize by REST API and so more. And next, we conclude that QR code, the standardized QR code from the marketplace or from the logistic service provider maybe is made by NLA, and next we can combine with the RFID. A successful unified logistic system is necessary strong government support. The regulator is then institution strong will establish to comprehensive the framework. Next, please. We recommended that close collaboration from government for logistic service provider from private sector is to create a unified system. Jadi, we make a unified system that integrates all logistic process in Indonesia. The second is a significant investment in advanced information technology infrastructure. The government should actively promote and facilitate the use of NLA from logistic and trade incentives and strategic parameters. And the third, we comprehensive blueprint from the national and track and trace system to strengthen regulation and the oversight unit representative for managing the national logistic ecosystem. If the third can we do in Indonesia, we can next step to blockchain to another country and so on. Maybe we can be standardized and next be in national track trace for international track and trace. That's it. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Let's give a round of applause. Okay, thank you Ahmad, Alfi, and Desti for the presentation related to the national logistic ecosystem. Yes, so yes, we have the national logistic ecosystem started from 2019, if I'm not mistaken. So this is already in the 5th year. Yeah, 2019. I'm not forgetting. 19 or the NLE started at 20. Yeah, 2020. Okay, 2020. Yes. Okay, so what's being discussed here is about how to optimize what is have. We already have the platform here, but we haven't got to the point of integration. So what's the user or trader wants is the most important thing is regarding to where is my goods, right? That's the basic question that everybody asking, where are my goods? Is it safe and so on? So regarding to WCO, there are several things that related to this. One is the UCR. So WCO already has like a guideline or maybe a standard related to United Consignment, what do you call it? UCR, United Consignment, I forgot. Wait, let me check. Sorry, I forgot. We got UCR, I think WCO already have it quite a long time ago. Unique Consignment Reference, yes, so UCR. So there's a tool in the WCO that related to this tracking number thing. And secondly, the WCO also have what we call the WCO data model. So the presenter also talked about the standardization of data. So for the WCO, we have what we call the WCO data model. It's like a dictionary that feels related, that in the dictionary we have like for certain data element, what is the format, the cardinality, and so on. So we can also refer to that if you want to have some kind of standardization. Okay, I think that's for my take from this presentation. Do we have any question? Oh, you have one from online. I think we're gonna address it first because it's already on the screen. So, why? Or, okay, this one is quite shy. He or she doesn't feel the name, okay, anonym, okay. What strategy are in place to ensure data security and a national track and trace system while enabling real-time access? Interesting question, because it's not just we want to make it smooth, fast, but we also want to make it secure. Right? That's the other thing that we also need to address in this. Do you, please, to respond this?
From the question, what strategies are in place to ensure data security in the national track and trace while enabling real-time access? We can do this. Security is very many question in national logistic ecosystem. While it is paper that what strategies we can use the single sign-on when this very effective who yang create this data and who consume the data when the single sign-ons by the auth technology and etc. This national track and trace will secure from many people who can hack this data and not the data for the people who can this very data. And the second, we in favor that by the national and track and trace the system, we have the strategies to many security by the regulation, by standardization regulation, by the WCO data model and etc. For this, maybe not very effective, but I think that by the membatasi to limit who's consume the national track and trace, we can be secure in data. This is maybe LP.
There's some delay, like a second or so. So yeah.
So okay, so like about Mr. Ahmad Wahyudi already said that we use like single on service to use the real-time data is, for me, in my personal opinion, is like a good to strengthen the regulation or the policy about how we use the data, how we use to how we want to integrate every data and the system. It should be in the real regulation and policy that created for the national track and trace system itself. So it's not the combine from another, but it's just only specifically it's like talk about national track and trace system. So it's like we talk about real-time access, we talk about the regulation or strengthen the policy for especially the national track and trace system. And maybe
Thank you. Maybe not only talking about the regulation and only talking about how the system, but at the research we propose that we can maybe use NLE such as a coordinator to integrating the system. But like we know today's NLE is like a unit that we can say it's a team, dedicated team that may be temporary. But the question is, who will the coordination or who will be the responsible for this integrating system when the NLE is already over? So we think that it's not only just the regulation did it, but maybe the unit that supposed to be the unit that have a responsibility for this integrating system, that one can control and monitor the integration system tracking and tracing.
Okay, thank you. So yes, this is one of the main issue related to security. So data security is on the rise right now everywhere in the world. So we need to make sure that whatever we do, especially government, has to adhere to a certain security standard. Okay, next question from the floor, offline. Any taker? Yeah, please. Please state your name and your unit. Thank you.
Thank you for stunning presentation. My name is Sandro from DGCE. My question is, I reckon all of us strongly agree NLE is a brilliant innovation. But there is a member of NLE, such as shipping line or tracking company, that reject or refuse to join to NLE for some reason. For example, headquarter policies and etc. Based on your research, any number or data that disrupt or limit the NLE goal or purpose, particularly for track and traceability based on your research? Thank you.
Thank you for question. When in NLE, the first when we implement NLE in shipping line, terminal operator, truck, LSP, logistic service and provider, most who challenge and don't join to NLE is a shipping line. But in 3 years, negotiable logistic ecosystem implement the shipping line can be joined to NLE by regulation. Although when with the first we sell the NLE for shipping line by mutual symbiosis, and we can get data from his like DO, delivery order, there's BL and container, and we give him that the traffic of container in Indonesia by the national and track and trace cities. When we have mutual symbiosis from logistic service provider and NLE, we can intimate them and make them to join to NLE. And now in national logistic ecosystem, many logistic service provider are joined. and shipping line is very, very, many shipping line has joined to share the data, especially in DO, to we can transcend and track. We forward to terminal operator to get the cargo owner to exit the container from the terminal operator. This advantage we sell to shipping line, and then they can join us in NLE beside the regulation by the government. Maybe, but that's it.
Anyone want to add? No? Okay, thank you. So, yes, I think this is one of the main issue, correct? So, from our experience also, the uptake of the people who join his is gonna take some time. So, the most important thing in business is you have to show what's in it for them. Do they have any increase in profit, more customers, and so on? What is it for them? So government cannot just say, you do this, you do that. What are you going to do if they won't do that? No, we don't want to. It's not in our interest. We have to make some kind of case to make it their interest to join to us. It's not like government can push around business. Government will have to make case for business to be profitable. So somehow they will join us. And maybe not in every type of situation, in my opinion. So let's say for certain thing, like for DO online, actually there's no risk on there. There's no price in there. Usually the business will be a little bit reluctant if, let's say, you want to ask them to put their price on the internet, like in a marketplace. They will be a little bit reluctant. But if information related to movement of goods, usually they will comply. But then again, there has to be a reason, or there has to be a reason why they need to join this initiative. And change is not something that are easy. They will take a lot of time. But in the end, what we need to have is we have like kind of vision in the end of the tunnel, what we want to achieve. And we go there step by step and so on. So I think that will be related to the NLE. It's a long game. It's a long game. It's not going to finish in like 5 years or maybe 10 years. We will take to another decade to achieve what we want to approve. But we are going there in the sense of progress. Okay? Do we have any other question? Oh yes, please, sir. Please state your name and your unit. That's the mic behind you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rahmaddi. I'm from General Finance Training Center. So it's just a follow-up question. How do you convince the, let's say, the shipping line or the LLSP to join the initiative to share their, you say, the track and trace? Let's say they have a different platform, and how do you convince them to join, to get into one platform to share the data on the shipping, yeah, something like that? Do you get my question?
Okay, thank you. For now, for my personal perspective, it will be important, like we said before, it's like to strengthen the regulation and policy. We should make a standard, like I mentioned before, the standard about the pros and cons. When you join, when you want to put your data in here, we can guarantee about the security thing with standard security system, something like that. We can offer something to the shipment or the shipping companies, or maybe the logistic system that maybe we can build more stronger than before. But it's like should be any standard that we offer to them. that we can make sure the security will fine. Because if I'm not mistaken, usually it will be hard to give the data privacy to the government or maybe some entities if we're not sure about the security. So the first thing first is like we should make sure about the security. Like we mentioned about the unit that is not limited only and temporary, but it's make standard unit who will look close to the thing, like a track and trace system about the data, about the shipping, about the logistics, about everything related to the NLE and national track and trace system. So it's like, basically it's back to the what we can offer, what we can give to maybe the private company or maybe the private company who maybe not too close to the government itself. Maybe it can, the very personal perspective about the case.
Thank you. Maybe I would like to add. Yes, based on our research, why they don't want to like join us in the NLE because they do not believe about the security. They asking about what is the standard, what is the actually the regulation, and who will responsibility of this integration. And for the second, I want to add, they also talking about the cost if they change their system to build only one system that in for national system. So we're looking for the opportunity for integration because today there's a lot of system that can make an integration. Maybe the cost will be lower than we just built one system and ask them, all of them to change the system. So, and of course, it's need like a discussion between the government and also the private sector. I think the government cannot just make a decision by themselves, but they should ask the private sector to talk together and discuss what is the solution for this issue. Maybe that.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we already at the end of our presentation. So this is the last presentation for today. So we have 5 presentations. After this, we'll be doing closing. So we're gonna meet again tomorrow. But then again, before we finish the session, I would like to say thank you once again to the team, Ahmad, Alfi, and Desti, for this great presentation and the closing of our today session. Let's give them a big warm of applause. And I will give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Pak. Thank you.
Okay, please give a round of applause for all our contestants also for submitted papers for today. Thank you, Bapak Tagara, for leading us in such insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to our moderator for their valuable contribution today. We kindly ask our moderator to remain on stage for a moment as we have a small token of appreciation to present. The token of appreciation will be presented by the Director of RTC Indonesia, Bapak Untarto Wibowo. May we please invite Bapak Untarto to the stage. Okay, to start, we would like to present a token of appreciation to our moderator, Bapak Tagara, for skillfully guiding the discussion. Okay, we would like to say thank you once again to our moderator for making today's event truly insightful. Once again, let's give them a final round of applause. Wow, and thank you. Also, to all of the participants, we have had a productive and inspiring time already. Hopefully everyone here found today's conference to be of value. This concludes today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay safe and stay healthy. See you the next day with more interesting and great discussion as we will have a plenary session of partnership, multi-stakeholder collaboration, coordinated border management. We will also present the presentation of selected papers. Roses are red, violets are blue. Thank you for the time we have. May fortune and success be with you. I'm Danar. I would like to sign off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon.